Good morning. The Bills were back out on the practice field yesterday after taking Saturday off, but a few players were missing from practice. Linebacker Terrell Bernard and wide receiver Curtis Samuel both absent due to hamstring injuries, and wide receiver Elijah Moore also missed practice with some general leg soreness. Bills also activated tight end Dawson Knox and wide receiver Laviska Shenault off the non-football injury list. However, neither of them practiced with the team. You can read more on yesterday's practice in Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Elsewhere in the NFL, on Friday evening, first-round pick Shamar Stewart finally signed his rookie deal with the Cincinnati Bengals, fully guaranteed at $18.9 million with a $10 million signing bonus. Stewart then began practicing with the team over the weekend. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin has officially reported to the team's training camp, but was immediately placed on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McLaurin's arrival doesn't mean any progress on a deal is being made, but it could be more of a negotiation tactic from the player to avoid racking up more fines from the NFL from not being at team facilities. The Cleveland Browns quarterback competition had a bit of a shakeup over the weekend after Kenny Pickett suffered an apparent hamstring injury during Saturday's practice. The team plans to reevaluate the injury later this week, and it's hopeful for Pickett to return in time for preseason evaluations against Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders in their quarterback competition. A new contract for the Buffalo Sabres signed yesterday. Sabres signed defenseman Connor Timmins to a 2-year, $2.2 million deal, avoiding arbitration. The team acquired Timmins in a trade on day 2 of the NHL draft, which sent Connor Clifton in a second-round pick to Pittsburgh. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Big show for you from St. John Fisher today. Jeremy and Joe with you here. It's nice out today. It's going to be another warm one. I saw yesterday's practice had some rain. Hard rain.
Yep.
Real hard rain.
Yep.
But it's going to be a nice one today. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher covering, I guess, it's kind of like week 2. Yesterday might have been the start of week 2. Yeah, week 2.
Yeah, week 2 of camp.
Week 2 of training
I think we'll find out. I don't know if the pads come on this week. Maybe we find out when the pads come on.
That's a great question for Sal, because I feel like earlier in the week it was discussed that it's usually practice 5, which would be this one, right? Had last week it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. Practice 5, and they were wearing shells yesterday, so we could be getting close. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be Thursday. That's the scheduled practices that we see.
Yep.
So we're out here at St. John Fisher, and happy to have you along with us. And training camp coverage is brought to you by, from St. John Fisher University, Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. So, happy to have you along. We are loaded today. Big show. So Sal at 7 for the update on yesterday and what anyone would have missed.
Yep.
At 8 o'clock, Pat Harris from Hard Knocks. So we got the Hard Knocks director, like the exact title on what he does. He's in charge, though, kind of here. And Rochester native, so we'll talk Hard Knocks. The Hard Knocks premiere is coming up. We've got the Hard Knocks director coming up at 8 o'clock. At 8:30, Carl Jones from Channel 4, who we always love talking ball with. He'll join us at 8:30. And then at 9:15 today, Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady sits with us here at St. John Fisher. So 4 great guests and loaded.
And we kick it off with Sal, waking Sal up early. Waking him up after the fire alarm went off very late last night.
I saw that.
At the Dorsey Hall over here in St. John Fisher. That was about midnight. or a little bit before midnight. So I stayed over last night.
Okay. You didn't have a fire alarm?
No, I did have a fire alarm.
Okay, you did.
So I was out there too, and of course, show starts at 6, so everyone's coming to me like, "Oh, you gotta get up in the morning. This is worse for you than for anybody." I mean, I feel fine right now, obviously, but it was the loudest fire alarm I've ever heard in my life because it is right up. Like I am laying in bed, half asleep, almost fully asleep, and it is like it is 5 feet above your head.
Yeah.
It wasn't like just out in the halls. Like it is right above you. And then it took, it was so there was real smoke. I don't know what actually happened. A microwave.
Oh. So okay, it was not.
It really did feel like the exact. You watch The Office when Ryan starts the fire.
Yeah.
The cheesy pita.
Yeah.
In the microwave. That's what it sounded like.
Okay. All right.
Someone overcooked their pizza rolls or something, and that's what had to get everybody out of bed at midnight last night.
Good old college dorm fire alarm memories.
Yep.
I'll get Sal about this. You know who else? I'll talk to Carl about this. We have two Syracuse guests today, which I know excites you very much. But I don't know which one of them lived in Sadler Hall, if they did at all. When I lived in Sadler Hall, we had lots of fire alarms in the middle of the night, midnight, 3 a.m., all that, to a point where it was thought to be some sort of faulty system, and there'd be a big controversy. You're not, of course, supposed to do this, but plenty of people would sleep and say, like, I'm not going outside. We had one earlier tonight. There'd be one at 2 a.m., one at 4 a.m., one the next day. By day 2, day 3, I had roommates saying, I'm not leaving. I'm not getting out of bed.
There was a moment yesterday where I'm like, is this for real? Do I have – but it was so loud
you had
in the room. Like, I am not going to stand there and my ears will be ringing by the end of it.
Yeah.
So if the sound really made it so that you couldn't – there was no decision. Like, I am getting out of here because it is so loud.
Painful.
Did they decide the faulty system was probably just people were, like, pulling the fire alarm?
I don't think so. I mean, that's a serious offense. Like, that'll get you in big-time trouble. So I don't think so, but it is a core tenet of the memory of my time in Sadler Hall was running outside and standing outside. Because, listen, here's the other thing you had the benefit of. What was the temperature when you went outside? 68?
Yeah, it was 70 degrees.
Comfortable.
Fine.
You're fine.
It was fine.
It's not exactly like a fire alarm here in December, and you're freezing.
Far worse.
In Buffalo and Syracuse in these winter climates, you got to go outside at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
But are you getting dressed to go outside, or it's raining or something like that? Like that's terrible. So, we'll see if the media is bleary-eyed. So the media dorm's the one that emptied out with the fire alarm. Okay.
The media dorm.
Right.
I wonder if that probably doesn't make it onto Hard Knocks, right? The players' dorm would be the one that would make it onto Hard Knocks.
Yeah, probably.
Unless the players were awoken by the ringing sound of the alarm from just a couple buildings
This is
away.
where the Bills are practicing everything. Why is the media? Why'd the fire alarm go off? Because there's going to be games this year where someone's going to, pull the fire alarm on the visiting Philadelphia Eagles or something, and she's going to be ready. How do you look the morning after the other guys? Granted, it's the media, but
I was reminded of stories of when the does this happen to NFL teams? It happens to the U.S. men's national team in soccer when they go to Costa Rica or Honduras in some tournament. There are fireworks being launched in front of their hotel at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't really think we do that much in the NFL. That would be the next level. Bills Mafia learning where the opponent stays in a hotel.
That's a good question.
And then shooting fireworks off in front of it.
I feel like there have been isolated stories of that.
Yeah.
Maybe the 90s would have stories of that too.
Okay.
Former players would have stuff on that. So something to chase. 803-0550 if you want to join us. We've got our call screener up. You can give us a ring on anything on camp. The talk of camp today might be, among other things, I was listening to Joe Marino, who is in town of the Locked On Bills podcast, and we'll talk to him maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday. He's going to set up when we're going to do it. He's going to sit down with us, but we'll talk to Joe Marino for a bit as well. That Keon Coleman had a great day yesterday. Keon Coleman was a stud yesterday. A bunch of nice catches, a go ball, a back shoulder touchdown, just looking the part of what they want him to be. And that is a departure from, it's funny, training camp. If you have a bad practice, it's just camp. If you have a good practice, it's, there it is. There's all the stuff we're looking at. So, there's some ups and downs. But Coleman, by all accounts, yesterday had a great practice, and Curtis Samuel is injured with a hamstring issue. That seems like it's a common refrain, he just can't catch a break, can't
Brutal.
kind of stay healthy. Right,
Brutal.
We'll see how long that lasts. And then Tyrell Shavers goes in, and he suffers an ankle injury, which I think is not as bad as initially feared.
No.
So
again, the carted off and how serious ends up being debate.
He's carted off, but I think he might be okay on that. Maybe get an update on that today. Thinking about this receiving core, it's been about a lot of different individuals. Coleman having a big day, like that's got to be great news. There's no other way to look at it than great news. That winning at training camp, Joe, is not what's going to win. But any indications that there's a lot in there, which we saw during the regular season last year, I feel like has got to be welcome news. So we'll talk about that with Joe Brady, get Sal's thoughts on that, Carl Jones as well. As we roll along this morning. So good day for Keon, and I like to hear that. Anytime you tell me a Bills receiver had a good day, I'm going to be happy about that.
Yeah. If there was one player I could tell you at the end of camp where we said blank had an amazing camp, would Coleman not be like one of the top 3 names that you would get to?
He would. I kind of
I think feel like the first week was more, what would you label it? Inconsistent.
Sure.
Inconsistent first week.
The thing I would say, and this will be like over the course of camp, because the types of ways he's winning, that's really a big key to me. You tell me he gets a back shoulder catch over Jamarcus Ingram, kind of turning in the corner, I think like, okay, I mean, last year at camp he did a lot of that. It's a ton of, not quite mossing guys, but just using size and boxing out. Winning on a go ball, that's a little different to me. That's something they threw to him a lot last year, and it was not very productive. They threw a high percentage of go balls. In fact, do I remember the stat that he led the league in percentage of throws that were go balls last year?
I believe that's right.
And I don't know
percentage of his routes that were go balls.
Okay, yeah. And I don't know that that's going to be a repeat this year because they have a different skill set, a different group of wide receivers. But winning in a couple different ways, I think it comes down to for Coleman. You just know he's not going to be a do everything, but he doesn't have to be. You just have to do what they ask him to do really well and be a weapon where next time it's 3rd and 10 against the Chiefs on that final drive, I'm not throwing a screen to Amari Cooper. I'm comfortable throwing a deep out to Coleman because I know he can kind of box out, or maybe it's the back shoulder kind of throw on the sideline because the timing and the chemistry is there. Like, numbers, this, that, productive, whatever. I just want to know that the Bills have a couple weapons out there for Allen that when it comes down to the 3 plays that make a difference between going home and moving on to the next round, I've got a couple guys I can trust with that.
Maybe he's on the field in the first place, right? I don't even think he's on the field for that 3rd and 10. I'll have to go back. I'm pretty sure he isn't. I mean, him and Cooper very rarely, I feel like, in that game were on the field at the same time, but I'll have to go back and look. Give me any ability for him to separate just enough. His bar to separate, I feel like, isn't the same as Josh Palmer or Elijah Moore.
For sure.
Like, those guys got to be such good at route running that they need to be getting 3, 4, 5 yards of separation. It does feel more like for Coleman, the defender can be there. You've got a quarterback that can put the ball in a bucket for you. Just have that 1 yard. Right? Like, let's see Coleman at the end of the year be on some sort of list with, like, the closest separation of any player that's got, like, 800 yards. And there are guys like that can win in the league where, their average separation from their nearest defender is, like, 1.2. Or maybe it's even less than that. And those guys can still perform if they are really good at making the tough catches and going up and getting it. And maybe that's it for Coleman. Like, last year, I wonder what the definition of contested catches. Like, how close does that defender really have
I believe
to be?
it's with a defender within 1 yard.
Within 1 yard, okay. Because, is it different if the defender is 0.3 yards away versus 0.8 yards away more consistently?
Yeah.
Where he would still, his contested catch rate would go up. A part of it is he's just got that little bit of separation. He's got an extra foot from the defender than he had last year, and maybe that could be something that would have his numbers go up. I think he kind of needs that, honestly. I thought that about him all offseason, that something has to be added here if he's going to play that role, the big body receiver on the outside, the X receiver, that he's going to have to either get a lot better at bringing down all of those tough catches, or he's going to have to just get a little bit better at breaking open from defenders. And out here without the pads on yet, when you hear he has a great day like that, I feel like it's more towards he's just getting open more regularly.
I've got a piece, an article from 2019 on contested catches and who the best guys in the league were at contested catches. And part of this conversation always gets to, it's not always who you think it is. And their top 5 in 2019 for contested catches will count from 5 to 1.
Yep.
Number 5 in terms of this is percentage of contested balls that you caught.
Okay.
DeAndre Hopkins was number 5 at 58%. Not surprising, right? DeAndre Hopkins, like that's part of his game for sure. Allen Robinson was number 4. Mike Evans number 3.
Yep.
Diggs number 2. We always knew he was great at that.
Yep.
And number 1, you would not expect this.
Oh.
I don't think. In 2019, it was Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, not at all.
You not. Sometimes
Not for a second.
when we get to the contested catch conversation, it always feels like people want to expect that to be, like former Charger Mike Williams. Basketball players are guys that do this.
Yep.
And there's probably a lot that's actually built into that, like the kind of throws you get. Mm-hmm. Contested catch can be just, over the middle, close coverage, but you're able to get the job done and keep going. Whereas guys like Evans and maybe a guy like Keon Coleman in the future, he might get more difficult throws where it's just, no, really, you're not even supposed to have separation here. We're just kind of trusting you. Like the Tariq Woolen touchdown he catches. The first one gets knocked away. The second one, the Bills would throw that knowing you have to win a contested catch.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not exactly the same as some of these other contested catch situations. So, something that's kind of built into how that might be measured. But it's definitely good news and good to see. That was the thing about day one. Like when day one, the story was he didn't have a strong practice. Mm-hmm. It was exactly that. It was, hey, it's a tough catch. You want him to make it. You want him to make that catch, and it's definitely a good sign. One other thing about this, and I'm eager to talk to Sal about this. Quiet camps don't have to be bad camps, but I'll just ask if you've heard much about Josh Palmer.
No, other than like the first day, it was that Palmer and Allen were like talking a lot,
yep.
And they seemed like they were very, there are a lot of conversations. I'm sure about what was happening on the field, but in terms of plays he's making, like I've seen him catch some balls, but there's nothing that is, standing out as like the viral tweet that you're going to see go around the league.
Right.
So I don't know. Yeah, it's been fairly quiet. That could be good, right? Because he's not injured.
He's right.
Right, like Curtis Samuel. Here with the hamstring again.
Yep.
I've seen Palmer's wearing long sleeves every day here. I've noticed that on both the
he's Canadian.
The lower torso and the upper torso. He seems to be getting all the work with Allen. Like it's he's playing in different spots, and it's probably a good thing, right? At some point, you might want some little blurb or somebody to point out, like, the chemistry between Allen and Palmer is really heating up.
Yep.
Like one of those that'll get the fantasy community talking, right? Like something that gets the fantasy community talking on Palmer. I'm not worried about his role at all, though, in this offense. Like I feel like he is. They paid him. Like Elijah Moore, there's a question. Samuel, there's a question. Palmer is fresh on the scene. Paid him. The GM's talked about him every time he talks about the position. Like Palmer, I would expect is going to be on the field a ton, no matter what. Just comes down to how good he actually ends up being.
Yeah. There's your separator. There's the guy.
That's the guy.
Right. Yeah. There's the guy where, as much as hearing, Coleman winning on some goal balls is good, hearing that Palmer wins on those would equally be exciting because he's supposed to be your downfield, your vertical separator. And again, just installing stuff. When we talked to Joe Brady today at 9:15, we can kind of, get his thoughts on how it's all coming together. It's a different group of wide receivers. And how it comes together will be different. They leaned on Mac Hollins quite a bit last year in big spots, and he won't be there. So do Hollins' trustworthy targets go to Coleman? Do they go to Palmer? Do they just find their way back to Shakir or Elijah Moore? And, for the training camp about tight ends, Dawson Knox, by the way, is back. That's good news.
Yep.
Right? He was on the NFI injured list, but he's good to go. So maybe the tight ends start to get a little run this week because that's something that, of course, we would expect. Tight ends.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been quiet from Kincaid.
Yeah, he had some good work in that first red zone day, right? Like caught a bunch of touchdowns there. It really, I guess Coleman. Can we even qualify Coleman? Like with the best first week of practice amongst the pass catchers. They all kind of, this is the, maybe it's what you might expect the regular season stats to look like. It kind of felt like it was a little bit of everybody, right?
Yeah.
Like Palmer made a couple plays, and here he is working with Josh, and Kincaid had a big day in the red zone work, and there's Coleman in the rain yesterday catching back shoulder passes, but here's Samuel again, right? Like, Samuel being injured, like, that is it's so deflating, because I like the player a lot, and I think the Bills do too, and there is a skill set there that I think there's a little bit of everything. Like, when he was signed, it was, okay, this guy does separate. This guy can get open, is a good route runner, and is a very good yards after catch player, and you could be creative with him. You could put him in the backfield if you want. You could put him in the slot. You could play him on the outside. And not just like there's, he could play on the outside. Guys that, like Cole Beasley. You could go line up in the outside. Like, Samuel can actually do some things when healthy, when he's on the outside too. And just, is it just never going to get off the ground? If the guy, his hamstrings, it feels like, the soft tissue injuries, that does go back with him to Carolina and Washington. So I don't know how surprised we really should be, because this guy, for his entire career,
has battled this.
And it's a shame, because I do feel like there is a very good player in there. And I'm just wondering if in his Bills career we're ever actually really going to get to see it.
Yeah.
Like, right now, he's injured already. What do you think? What did he have last year? How many yards did Curtis Samuel have last year?
Like 250.
250
is my guess.
Like,
what do you have?
253.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good guess.
I thought you knew it.
No, I just guessed.
Like, should I be sure he'll top that this year? I think if healthy, I would say for sure he would, even with the crowded room that he's in. But again, I'm already got an injury here. Like, what am I supposed to think? He's going to catch. He caught 31 passes last year. Maybe that's the better number to look at. How many more than 31 is he supposed to catch? 50? Is he supposed to get to 50 in this offense? I don't know if he'll be healthy enough.
It's a big number. Yeah, it's a big number for him. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Injury bug piling up, soft tissue stuff. It's not like, knock on wood, they're significant. I won't speak them into the universe. But we've got soft tissue stuff. Terrell Bernard missing practice as well. And with that, the linebacker competition, whatever. We'll see how that plays out. Talk about that with Sal coming up at 7 o'clock as well. So here we are. Also over the weekend, Nate got Reed Ferguson to snap him a ball.
Yeah, he did.
So he could put it down as a hold. Was this a 5? I didn't know about this.
Oh, yeah.
5 years in the making, this was a bet that he could catch a snap and get a hold down?
Yes. I think it was a bet with Joe Marino, maybe, and then Reed Ferguson got involved somehow along the way. I feel like this is like years
in the making.
Not just years in the making. Like, I think this challenge was made like you mentioned, 5 years ago.
And he got it done.
And he's just now getting to it. He did it though. Right?
Yeah.
He got it down. He spun the ball. Feel like it was in a timely manner. Was Reed taking it easy on him is a question I think you could ask. I think probably not. I think that was probably a real snap.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Because he's not doing that to the holder anyway, is he? Like, he's not trying to snap it as fast as he can at the holder.
No, that's right.
He doesn't want the holder to fumble it.
The last thing Reed wants in that spot is a bad snap.
Sure, right. Which I can't really recall him ever having.
Knock on wood.
There's not like knock on wood. There's not like a famous one. The other thing that happened this weekend is we have a new way to pronounce Bijan Robinson's name.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that. What is it?
I actually feel like I need to hear it from him again because I heard it this weekend, and it's different than Bijan, but it also isn't like so totally different. Like, I thought when I saw the clip, it's like, Bijan Robinson tells us we've been mispronouncing his name all along, and I'm like, what is this about to be? Is he going to tell us is the J silent? Bijan Robinson or something like that? I think it's like D. See, we'll have to play it. We'll have to have him tell it.
All right, I'm going to have to hear this. I've got a lot of Bijan in my assorted fantasy leagues, and I'll make sure you're going to have to start.
doing something different here.
Yeah,
they're just not. You have to trade him.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Live from St. John Fisher. We'll bring you the very latest. We'll check in with, again, a bunch of guests today. Lots of information to get to you as we get rolling here. Practice again, 9:45 today. I got the whole family coming out tomorrow to practice, so we're here today, tomorrow,
Nice.
Thursday, and then back to the stadium for the blue and red. So big week for the Bills. Preseason football starts this week as well. The Hall of Fame game is Thursday between the Chargers and the Lions, so plenty to chase. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. Coleman having a big day, like that's got to be great news. There's no other way to look at it than great news. That winning at training camp, Joe, is not what's going to win. But any indications that there's a lot in there, which, we saw during the regular season last year, I feel like has got to be welcome news. So we'll talk about that with Joe Brady, get Sal's thoughts on that, Carl Jones as well, as we roll along this morning. So good day for Keon, and I like to hear that. Anytime you tell me a Bills receiver had a good day, I'm going to be happy about that.
Yeah. If there was one player I could tell you at the end of camp where we said blank had an amazing camp, would Coleman not be like one of the top 3 names that you would get to?
He would. I kind of
can't. And he, I think, feel like the first week was more, what would you label it, inconsistent?
Sure.
Inconsistent first week.
The thing I would say, and this will be like over the course of camp, because the types of ways he's winning, that's really a big key to me. You tell me he gets a back shoulder catch over Jamarcus Ingram, kind of turning in the corner, I think, like, okay, I mean, last year at camp he did a lot of that. It's a ton of, not quite mossing guys, but just using size and boxing out. Winning on a go ball, that's a little different to me. That's something they threw to him a lot last year, and it was not very productive. They threw a high percentage of go balls. In fact, do I remember the stat that he led the league in percentage of throws that were go balls last year?
I believe that's right.
And I don't know
percentage of his routes that were go balls.
Okay, yeah. And I don't know that that's going to be a repeat this year because they have a different skill set, a different group of wide receivers. But winning in a couple different ways, I think it comes down to for Coleman. You just know he's not going to be a do everything, but he doesn't have to be. He just have to do what they ask him to do really well and be a weapon where next time it's 3rd and 10 against the Chiefs on that final drive, I'm not throwing a screen to Amari Cooper. I'm comfortable throwing a deep out to Coleman because I know he can kind of box out, or maybe it's the back shoulder kind of throw on the sideline because the timing and the chemistry is there. Like, numbers, this, that, productive, whatever. I just want to know that the Bills have a couple weapons out there for Allen, that when it comes down to the 3 plays that make a difference between going home and moving on to the next round, I've got a couple guys I can trust with that. Keon Coleman had a great day yesterday. Keon Coleman was a stud yesterday, a bunch of nice catches, a go ball, a back shoulder touchdown, just like looking the part of what they want him to be. And that is a departure from, it's funny, like training camp, if you have a bad practice, it's just camp. If you have a good practice, it's, there it is. There's all the stuff we're looking at. So, there's some ups and downs. But Coleman, by all accounts, yesterday had a great practice, and Curtis Samuel is injured with a hamstring issue. That seems like it's a common refrain, like he just can't catch a break, can't kind of stay healthy. Right, so we'll see how long that lasts. And then Tyrell Shavers goes in, and he suffers an ankle injury, which I think is not as bad as initially feared.
No.
So
again, the carted off and how serious ends up being debate.
He's carted off, but I think he might be okay on that. Maybe get an update on that today.
Bills training camp continued on yesterday after an off day on Saturday. A few players missing from practice, though. Linebacker Terrell Bernard and wide receiver Curtis Samuel, both absent due to hamstring injuries. Wide receiver Elijah Moore also missed practice with some general leg soreness. And the Bills activated tight end Dawson Knox and wide receiver Laviska Shenault off of the non-football injury list. However, neither of them practiced with the team yesterday. You can read more on yesterday's practice in Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Elsewhere in the NFL, Shamar Stewart finally signed his rookie deal with the Bengals on Friday. He began practice with the team over the weekend. Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin reported the team's training camp, but was unable to practice and was put on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the arrival of McLaurin does not mean any progress on a deal is being made, but could be more of a negotiation tactic from the player. The Browns have a wrinkle in their quarterback competition as Kenny Pickett suffered an apparent hamstring injury in Saturday's practice. The team did not practice yesterday, and they plan to reevaluate the injury later this week. Also, the Buffalo Sabres signed defenseman Connor Timmins to a contract yesterday. 2 years, $2.2 million, avoiding arbitration. Timmins was acquired by the team on day 2 of the NHL draft in a trade which sent Connor Clifton and a second-round pick to Pittsburgh. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Properly give us the pronunciation of your name.
All right. How you pronounce my name is Bijan for everybody that's out there. I know a lot of people say Bijan, but it's Bijan. It's Bijan, yeah.
All right, that's easy. Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson. It's so close to it that it's going to be one that you probably mistake a couple of times. This isn't going from Tallender to Talender.
No, this is the same as Honey Dijon versus Honey Dijon.
Dijon.
Yeah, Bijan. All right, Bijan.
Dijon mustard.
That's it, right? Do you say Honey
I guess
Dijon?
I've never thought about saying those differently.
Do you say Dijon mustard or
Dijon mustard?
Okay, well it can be.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know the proper pronunciation is for that. I think it's Dijon mustard, and he's Bijan Robinson.
Okay, Bijan Robinson.
He's going to have.
Make sure you announce it that way at your fantasy draft.
Yes, right. Don't take. Yeah, take.
Or
the right,
you don't get him.
Take the right guy. He's going to have a monster year, right?
Yeah.
The belief is he's going to have an absolute monster season.
Yeah, definitely.
In Atlanta.
Like, has he really had that yet?
Not really.
He was a top 10 pick at the position.
Yeah, he's been really good, and I feel like whenever people see him get the ball, you see him do great things.
Yep.
But yeah.
He also plays in Atlanta. That shouldn't matter, really. I mean, right? Like, he did 1,500 yards last year.
He had a great year, but I feel like people are expecting even more.
The team's got to be pretty good, and he's got to have some big primetime games probably too. And maybe I don't want that to happen, but he could do it here, I guess.
Well,
Monday night here in week 6 or something.
Be on the lookout. Multiple fights at Falcons practice.
Oh, okay.
Multiple fights.
Well, they're competitive. Remember what's
right.
the chart? What's the thing on on? Isn't there a chart for fights?
Yes.
If it happens on another team, then
they lost the locker room.
They've lost the locker room.
And
if
your
it happens
team
here,
it's just competitive.
Yes,
that's right. Yep. So multiple fights and fricasses. First-round pick James Pierce Jr. involved and exceeded what he was involved in a fight. So They want more physical, more aggressive. We're trying to develop a culture, a style of play. That's according to their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich. Part of that is the violence in which we play, aggression, urgency, all that. Today, it went a little too far. We got to learn how to manage that. You're going to get agitated, especially when you're playing really good defense. The offense is going to get very agitated. So you got to anticipate punches being thrown, things being said, people being pushed. In those moments, you got to thrive, not retaliate. It's a good lesson to be learned today.
Okay. I don't think we have anything like that here yet.
Not yet.
There was a alleged punch thrown, I think, on day 2, maybe. There was an Epinesa Jackson Hawes incident that didn't graduate to even like a scrum, so I don't think it really
that
was
matchup seems like a one I would predict. If I've got the consensus best blocker in a college draft, in a first camp, I mean that guy's going to the wall on every play, right?
Yeah,
that's what you do.
I would think he's more likely than not to be. Well, who would be the favorites? He would be up there. I feel like Alec Anderson is the number one favorite, right? He just seems to be around.
Yeah.
Chris Brown with the line last year during one of the broadcasts. If I got to get it right. If there's a fight going on and Alec Anderson isn't in it, you know he's on the way. Something along those lines.
Right. That's right.
So, yeah. And then what do we get also? It's the inevitable, we're just ready to hit somebody else.
Different colors uniform.
Get that preseason going.
Yep. Going to the weekend, we got a preview of all those new jerseys, the rivalries uniforms.
How much of a preview really was it? It was a little bit, right?
Well,
like we know the vibe you're going for, but we didn't get like a piece of one.
No, that's right. What we got was a little bit of a color scheme, if that.
Maybe because we saw the logo.
That's right, and you got conceptually what these rivalries uniforms are going for, which that's all well and good. The thing I would say is, are they going to run out of elements? The rivalries uniforms. Wow. Listen, I'm excited about them. It does feel like an offshoot or some version of Captain Planet. I've got a desert team. I think the Jets are going to be a swamp team because the Bills are the cold team. New England's the nor'easter team. Okay, well, Miami is the water team.
Yeah. Did you see New England's video?
The nor'easter. It's wind and like rain,
yeah, right.
storms.
It looks very similar to, but it's
Bills.
Snow. Like there is snow involved, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's very similar to the Bills one. Yeah.
Yeah. Seattle's a sound. Okay, that one's kind of cool. It does feel like, if I may, and I don't say this in a bad way, the attempted marvelization of the NFL.
Yeah.
Or everybody's got a superpower. Everybody's got some element. Every one of them looked pretty cool to me. The Rams are going to wear some like midnight black, maybe reverse, like almost like a negative picture where it's black with white numbers. Like that thing might look nasty. The whole thing has me excited. And the Bills ones, I loved watching the players react to them just because cool. Shakir saying, well, this is different. Like I like that.
Yeah.
Dawkins saying, look at the thing on its shoulder. What's that going to be? Like some sort of ice? I don't know. I'm into it.
There have been a couple of like little leaks too where Seattle had a video like that they dropped, like one of their version of Embedded or whatever.
Yeah.
And they go into the training room and there's the training room staff making, or the whoever, they're stitching one jersey getting ready for some rookie. And in the background, you see this little piece of a jersey that looks like a white uniform with like almost like a red and green tiki style pattern inside the number. I'll try to find that and show it to you. I saw that one. I saw there was a New England one where is it here? In the back, so maybe it's the same thing. Like in the background of like one of their embedded videos, there is a green-looking helmet, but that doesn't coincide with what their video looked like, right?
Yeah.
Like, here's the picture of the New England one. There's a helmet in the background that I saw some people believing like, oh, that like a Celtic style.
Oh, get out of here!
But that's not what their video was.
No.
If they were like a Celtic look, like they're gonna look like the Boston Celtics, then their video would have looked more Irish than it did like nor'easter, as you mentioned.
All right.
That's it though so far. Nothing, no Bills leak whatsoever. Other than, you know how deep I did go into it. I did try to zoom in on the eyes of the players in the video to see if there was a potential to see like a little reflection.
Look at you
in there. I thought that maybe there's a chance.
Look at you. You are trying to see the reflection of the jersey in the eyes of Gregory Rousseau.
Yeah, they were.
Wow. It's commitment.
They're looking at it.
I admire it. Yeah, I really do.
Well, it doesn't matter because you couldn't see it anyway.
But we have a date, August 28th. And the interesting thing, we had just talked to Pete Gwelly about it. I kind of asked him, hey, what's our timeline? What do we know? And he said that's a league-level thing. And then sure enough, the league drops, hey, here are your 8 teaser videos.
Right.
August 28th is when they come out. The Bills wearing them in week 5, right? Week 5? That's pretty early.
Yeah.
To wear them.
No, very, very.
So that's one thing about them that'll be why wear them in week 5? The answer to that is probably so you can sell them all year long.
Yeah.
You don't bury them in December. You want to sell them. So the Bills will wear those really, really cold uniforms. Ice. It's going to be funny. And again, whatever. I'm on board with all of it. It's going to be funny when they wear these ice blue, beyond the wall Game of Thrones uniforms, and it's 76 on a Sunday night in October. Because on the drive in today, I was listening to WBEN. The Farmer's Almanac is predicting a warmer than usual fall.
Okay, never mind that. I was going to say, October.
Yeah,
if it does snow,
elite season.
The Bills will get blamed for it.
That's the reveal. That the Bills uniforms say elite season on them.
Now that would be
get ready.
That would be sweet. There was one account, if you find, I retweeted it, that has been doing, hey, based on the videos of everybody, here's a concept.
Okay.
Here's a concept of what it could look like.
I bet I'm going to love Arizona's jersey. I think
bet
Arizona's
you are
will
too.
look great.
Well, here's the Bills. Let Jeremy react live.
Okay, that's not good enough.
That's not good enough.
No,
for the Bills?
it's got to do more than that.
All right, and then here's Arizona's.
That's fine, but it could be better.
They've got almost the sand pattern in the helmet.
I don't think that these concepts are taking into account enough. I think the Bills.
They need to be different.
The Bills'
really,
shoulder pads.
really different.
I bet there's some snowflake print design. These are not just going to be colors. These are going to be different. Shakir said that is. I don't know what I expect, but that is different. So that's what I would guess. 803-0550. First receivers, then the fashion. What do we get to next? Something. We'll figure it out. Sal's coming up at 7. We'll get the full breakdown on the injuries. Curtis Samuel, Terrell Bernard missing time with hamstring injuries. Tyrell Shavers picked up an ankle knock yesterday that might be okay. Feared to be worse than it maybe is. So the good news is that it isn't that bad. I think that's the latest on that. Maybe get an update. Joe Brady at 9:15. We'll talk Hard Knocks at 8 with Pat Harris of Hard Knocks. And then 8:30, Carl Jones sits down with us as well. So we are loaded. You want to get a thought in early on anything from the uniform stuff to anything from camp? We got wide open phone lines and opportunities for you to ask questions, throw us comments, whatever it might be. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher Training Camp here on WGR. Coleman having a big day, that's got to be great news. There's no other way to look at it than great news that winning at training camp, Joe, is not what's going to win. But any indications that there's a lot in there, which we saw during the regular season last year, I feel like has got to be welcome news. So we'll talk about that with Joe Brady, get Sal's thoughts on that, Carl Jones as well. As we roll along this morning. So good day for Keon, and I like to hear that. Anytime you tell me a Bills receiver had a good day, I'm going to be happy about that.
Yeah. If there was one player I could tell you at the end of camp where we said blank had an amazing camp, would Coleman not be one of the top 3 names that you would get to?
He would. I kind of
feel like the first week was more, what would you label it, inconsistent?
Sure.
Inconsistent first week.
The thing I would say, and this will be over the course of camp, because the types of ways he's winning, that's really a big key to me. You tell me he gets a back shoulder catch over Jamarcus Ingram, kind of turning in the corner, I think okay. Last year at camp he did a lot of that. It's a ton of, not quite mossing guys, but just using size and boxing out. Winning on a goal ball, that's a little different to me. That's something they threw to him a lot last year, and it was not very productive. They threw a high percentage of go balls. In fact, do I remember the stat that he led the league in percentage of throws that were go balls last year?
I believe that's right.
And I don't know
percentage of his routes that were go balls.
Okay, yeah. And I don't know that that's going to be a repeat this year because they have a different skill set, a different group of wide receivers. But winning in a couple different ways, I think it comes down to for Coleman. You just know he's not going to be a do everything, but he doesn't have to be. He's have to do what they ask him to do really well and be a weapon where next time it's 3rd and 10 against the Chiefs on that final drive, I'm not throwing a screen to Amari Cooper. I'm comfortable throwing a deep out to Coleman because I know he can kind of box out, or maybe it's the back shoulder kind of throw on the sideline because the timing and the chemistry is there. Numbers, this, that, productive, whatever. I just want to know that the Bills have a couple weapons out there for Allen that when it comes down to the 3 plays that make a difference between going home and moving on to the next round, I've got a couple guys I can trust with that. Going to the weekend, we got a preview of all those new jerseys, the rivalries uniforms.
How much of a preview really was it? It was a little bit, right?
Well,
we know the vibe you're going for, but we didn't get a piece of one.
No, that's right. What we got was a little bit of a color scheme, if that.
Maybe. Because we saw the logo.
That's right. And you got conceptually what these rivalries uniforms are going for, which That's all well and good. The thing I would say is, are they going to run out of elements? The rivalries uniforms.
Wow.
Listen, I'm excited about them. It does feel like an offshoot or some version of Captain Planet. I've got a desert team. I think the Jets are going to be a swamp team because the Bills are the cold team. New England's the nor'easter team. Okay.
Well,
Miami is the water team.
Yeah. Did you see New England's video?
The nor'easter. It's wind and like rain,
yeah, right.
storms.
It looks very similar to, but it's
Bills.
snow. Like there is snow involved, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's very similar to the Bills one. Yeah.
Yeah. Seattle is the sound. Okay, that one's kind of cool. It does feel like, if I may, and I don't say this in a bad way, the attempted marvelization of the NFL.
Yeah.
Or everybody's got a superpower. Everybody's got some element. Every one of them looked pretty cool to me. The Rams are going to wear some like midnight black, maybe reverse, like almost like a negative picture where it's black with white numbers. Like, that thing might look nasty. The whole thing has me excited. And the Bills ones, I loved watching the players react to them just because cool. Shakir saying, well, this is different. Like, I like that.
Yeah.
Dawkins saying, look at the thing on its shoulder. What's that going to be? Like some sort of ice? I don't know. I'm into it. Before we get to Sal Capaccio, live here from St. John Fisher, checking in with the chat. If you join us on YouTube each and every day or any day, you can hang out. You can see us here at training camp on a nice, sunny, cloudless day here at St. John Fisher as we prepare to cover another day of training camp.
It could be hazy today.
A little bit. It was there was some fog on the way in at the very end of the drive.
Also, this could lead to our hat conversation. So I was in Montreal this weekend, and there is smoke from – there's more wildfires up there. I don't think it's as bad as 2 years ago when it was, like, horrific. And Montreal on Saturday for 6 hours was the worst air quality city in the world. Some city in Africa passed it, like, during the afternoon. And then I read that is supposed to kind of float down to the northeast United States, but I don't think this is supposed to be as bad as a couple years ago.
Okay.
So it could be like hazy, smoky little bit today and tomorrow.
Okay. The chat's going on about your trip to Montreal because you got a new hat and you're debuting it's just like a Montreal hat. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's the fleur-de-lis.
Yeah, but
it's the fleur-de-lis.
Sure, it's a version of it.
But it's the style that everyone's freaking out about.
Yeah, because
it is a flat brim.
It's a very flat brim.
Very flat.
Like you could eat dinner on that hat, that brim.
It's almost
a flat
It's almost up a little bit.
That'd be a bowl.
I think this is the style there. I saw a lot of flat brim hats like this. This is not like a skater hat, if you will. Like the flat brim hat that like you would buy from the Bills.
Yeah. Where
it's got the big, top part. What do we call that? It's not the brim. What is this part? Like
the crown.
The crown?
Yeah, the crown.
That is bigger. Like this is a little softer and a little bit further, a little lower. Which, I thought the different style hat. I have another one that's kind of like this too, that has like a green and yellow buffalo on it. But everyone's saying bend it. I am in the chat. You can't bend it. That'll ruin it. Unless you just want me to go like the duck bill, like you could do that. I used to do that as a kid, but I'm not doing that.
I think it's fine.
I think it looks fine.
Yeah.
You got to mix it up. I got enough hats. I got to have different styles. I got like 40 hats at this point, which is probably enough.
Montreal this weekend, huh?
Montreal, yeah, good trip. You know, it was from here in Rochester. It's like less than 5-hour drive. Heard a lot of
Sabre.
told me this.
A lot of Sabres talk up there.
No, I didn't
No?
hear. I didn't hear a lot of that. I immediately saw 2 Bills hats, by the way, and there was like a street performer in like the courtyard area there. He was doing like a fire act or something, and sure enough, who's the first volunteer? Oh, he's from Buffalo. The first volunteer. So that city, I heard from a couple different people, you're gonna feel like you're in Europe. I think it probably feels like you're in Europe to people that have never been to Europe.
Yeah.
Not to be on my pedestal here, because I've been to Europe, but there were definitely areas, the Rue de St. Paul Street, that feels very European. So there are areas of it that feel like you're in Europe. But still, a very cool city to visit. If you've never been, you could definitely easily spend 2 days there, and they have a giant Ferris wheel that overlooks the city. Nice little city to spend a weekend.
Yeah.
I would definitely recommend it.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The Bills, of course, have the Battle of the Blue and Red later this week.
Okay, so there's one other thing I wanted to get to here before we get to Sal. Pat Hammer just tweeted this out. So, Tampa, Florida. We just talked about the weather a little bit. It's gonna be hot. What's gonna be like 80-something today?
Okay.
Tampa, Florida reached 100 degrees yesterday for the first time in their history. Does that surprise anybody, by the way? Tampa, Florida had never had a 100-degree day.
Yeah.
Buffalo is now one of 3 U.S. cities that has never reached 100 degrees. That's it.
What are the other 3? They're all near water, right? They've got to all be near water.
Kind of. Honolulu
Okay.
has also would surprise me. Like, that's not one I would have ever guessed. Honolulu's never reached 100
Too much
degrees.
water. Can't get to 100.
Right? And then Anchorage, Alaska.
Not a surprise.
That one makes sense.
So it's never been 100 here. Are you all of a sudden nervous now?
Little bit. Buffalo, Honolulu, Anchorage. That's it. Who will be the last man standing? As Pat points out, though, if you put the qualifier of any city over 100,000 people, Buffalo's already the last city.
Yeah.
Last city in the U.S. with 100,000 people or more that has never had 100 degrees.
Sal Capaccio's making his way over here. We'll get an update on yesterday's practice, maybe on the fire alarm as well. Big controversy around here.
Sal was. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. All right. Sal Capaccio joins us on the other side. Your phone calls, welcome. Ask a question, give a comment, whatever you want. We're here for another day of training camp here, practice 9:45 today. And, of course, coverage of Bill's training camp is brought to you by, well, many sponsors. Fiegel, Card & Joyce, your border attorneys. We're out here at Fisher and having a good time. So we'll get back with Sal on the other side. Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. Buy Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. That Keon Coleman had a great day yesterday. Keon Coleman was a stud yesterday. A bunch of nice catches, a goal ball, a back shoulder touchdown, just like looking the part of what they want him to be. And that is a departure from, it's funny, like training camp. If you have a bad practice, it's just camp. If you have a good practice, it's
Jeremy,
it is.
there's all the
for
stuff we're looking
Z-Bar.
at. So when it comes
there's some
to
ups and downs.
protecting your
But
vehicle,
Coleman, by all
Z-Bar
accounts,
can help
yesterday
you
had a
quite a
great
bit.
practice.
Whether it's
and
undercoating,
Curtis Samuel
it's
is
protecting
injured
from
with a
corrosion,
hamstring
the
issue.
elements, or just
That
protecting
seems
from-
like it's a common refrain. Like he just can't catch a break, can't
Brutal.
kind of stay healthy. Right.
Brutal.
So we'll see how long that lasts. And then Tyrell Shavers goes in, and he suffers an ankle injury, which I think is not as bad as initially feared.
No.
So
Again, the carted off and how
Yeah.
serious ends up being
Yeah,
debate.
he's carted off, but I think he might be okay on that. Maybe get an update on that today. Going to the weekend, we got a preview of all those new jerseys. the rivalries uniforms.
How much of a preview really was it? It was a little bit, right?
Well,
like we know the vibe you're going for, but we didn't get like a piece of one.
No, that's right. What we got was a little bit of a color scheme, if that.
Maybe we saw the logo.
That's right, and you got conceptually what these rivalries uniforms are going for, which that's all well and good. The thing I would say is, are they going to run out of elements? The rivalries uniforms.
Wow.
Listen, I'm excited about them. It does feel like an offshoot or some version of Captain Planet. I've got a desert team. I think the Jets are going to be a swamp team because the Bills are the cold team. New England's the nor'easter team. Okay,
well,
Miami is the water team.
Yeah. Did you see New England's video?
The nor'easter. It's wind and like rain,
yeah, right.
storms.
It looks very similar to, but it's
Bills.
snow. Like there is snow involved, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's very similar to the Bills one. Yeah.
Yeah. Seattle is the sound. Okay, that one's kind of cool. It does feel like, if I may, and I don't say this in a bad way, the attempted marvelization of the NFL.
Yeah.
Or everybody's got a superpower. Everybody's got some element. Every one of them looked pretty cool to me. The Rams are going to wear some like midnight black, maybe reverse, like almost like a negative picture where it's black with white numbers. Like, that thing might look nasty. The whole thing has me excited. And the Bills ones, I loved watching the players react to them just because cool. Shakir saying, well, this is different. Like, I like that.
Yeah.
Dawkins saying, look at the thing on its shoulder. What's that going to be? Like some sort of ice? I don't know. I'm into it.
Good morning. Bills are back out on the practice field yesterday after taking Saturday off. A few players were missing from practice yesterday, though. Linebacker Terrell Bernard and wide receiver Curtis Samuel, both absent due to hamstring injuries. Wide receiver Elijah Moore also missed practice with some general leg soreness. And the Bills also activated tight end Dawson Knox and wide receiver Laviska Shenault off the non-football injury list. However, neither of them practiced with the team. You can read more on yesterday's practice in Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL, on Friday evening, first-round pick Shamar Stewart finally signed his rookie deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. Fully guaranteed $18.9 million deal with $10 million at signing. Stewart began practicing with the team then over the weekend. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin has finally reported to the team's training camp, but was immediately placed on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports McLaurin's arrival doesn't necessarily mean any progress on a deal is being made, but is more of a negotiation tactic from the player to avoid racking up fines from the NFL for not being at team facilities. The Cleveland Browns quarterback competition had a bit of a wrinkle added to it over the weekend. Kenny Pickett suffered an apparent hamstring injury during Saturday's practice. The teams plan to reevaluate the injury later this week, and the hope is that Pickett will return in time for preseason evaluations against Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. And a new contract for the Sabres was signed yesterday. The Sabres signed defenseman Connor Timmins to a 2-year, $2 million deal, avoiding arbitration. The Sabres acquired Timmins on day 2 of the NHL draft earlier this offseason, which sent a trade of Connor Clifton and a second-round pick to Pittsburgh. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mr. Sal Capaccio is joining us here. Hi, Sal. How are you? Oh, hold on. Put your mic on. We're
there we go. Hi, guys. How are you?
What's up, Sal?
Good. Welcome back. I was starting to call it week 2. That might not be the right thing to do, just because whatever. We haven't been here for a full week, but either way, it's.
It feels like we have.
Yeah.
Right. In a lot of ways.
Yeah. So you were here yesterday, practice yesterday, and then practice again today, and. I you know what? I'll start with this because Joe had kind of asked, and I feel like early in the week you had said 5 days in is usually it. When is full pads? Is today maybe the day?
I was told last week it would be today.
Okay.
Okay.
But maybe not.
Yeah,
you never know.
It
That's
could
not
change.
like official.
If they feel like they need one more day, then we'll go out there. But I was told you could see just shoulder pads today.
Yeah, that was yesterday, right?
Hit shells yesterday.
Okay,
They really
okay.
have shoulder pads.
Okay.
You could see just shoulder pads.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they did have shells yesterday.
Okay.
I think they'll have pads on today. We'll see though.
Yeah. It's always a good day, right? It's always a fun day. It's almost like I think the players say that the first day of full pads feels like real football more than other days.
And I think it feels like, and we'll hear from Sean McDermott today at 9:15, and we always ask Sean about that, like, hey, what's it like the first day of pads? And his response is generally the same every year, which is it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter how long you've been playing football, how long you've been in the league. Mm-hmm. It's always a special day. It doesn't matter if you're 9, 10 years old playing Pop Warner or you're in 9th grade or a senior and, like, you put the pads on. That's football. That's the day. Here we go. Like, you build up for that. Well, today's the day. If that indeed is the case, and they should, if they do put the pads on, that's that day that they're going to get those juices flowing.
Yeah. So yesterday, take us through yesterday's practice. It's among other things, we got injuries to kind of monitor. Terrell Bernard, Curtis Samuel, hamstring issues for them. Do we have an idea of timelines? Any idea of how that might look right now?
No timelines on Terrell Bernard or Curtis Samuel. Good news on Tyrell Shavers. That was the one that was really not great looking. It was like right in front of me towards the end of practice. In fact, it wound up being the last play of practice.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers catches a pass, really kind of one-handed against Max Harrison. Harrison's right on him, still jostling, for a step or two after the ball's caught, like, And as they kind of came to the ground together, you could immediately see Shavers roll. Something happened. He grabbed his right ankle. Like, oh, this is not good. He was in a lot of pain. Athletic trainers came out, tended to him, and then the cart came out. Later, Alina Getzenberg of ESPN reported low ankle sprain.
Yep.
Should be fine overall, right? Whatever that means. Does he practice today? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Caden Prather, 7th-round draft pick. I saw him go into the training tent with a pretty noticeable limp yesterday. He came out with a wrap on his left thigh. On the field, stayed on the field, did not take another rep. Dawson Knox was activated yesterday. That means he'll be ready to play today. I doubt he would put on pads right away, but you never know. But he'll be out. He was activated off the NFI. That's great news. Same thing with Laviska Shenault, who really needs to get on the field. I mean, Laviska Shenault needs to play, right, if he wants to make this team. He was activated off NFI yesterday. The guys you talked about, though, no, nothing. And then Elijah Moore did start practice. He left with general soreness, so I wouldn't.
Okay.
That shouldn't be too alarming. I think obviously today we'll be monitoring, if Bernard is out there, if Samuel's out there, and who's the other one? Dorian Williams still hasn't practiced. Okay. Dorian Williams and Cedric Van Perren Granger are still on PUP list as well, but Dorian Williams still hasn't practiced after injuring his ankle, and it was a calf, I believe. I have to go back and look at that one because one was A.J. Epinesa and Dorian Williams both at the same time.
Okay.
A.J. got back, though.
But that is in, one of them is Moore, who's just general soreness. But as we go through the injury cell, that's 5 wide receivers that we mentioned, right? That's a good number of guys right now that are dealing with something.
Shavers, Samuel, Moore.
Yeah. Prather.
So 4?
Maybe it's 4.
So that's right. But you're right.
You're right. We said Samuel. Samuel may be the only one, though, that I'm really – we'll see about Shavers. If he's out here today, that would be nice because he's more on the bubble anyway. Samuel, Sal, that's the one I seen, man, already with the hamstring injury because last year it was a toe, very different, but he's had injuries throughout his career, and that's always kind of been the knock on him. And to see him a weekend already have something to deal with, again, hopefully it's not anything long-term, but this is just a player that there always seems to be something.
And then when he came back last year, even though he wasn't fully recovered from the toe pretty much all year, he then had a shoulder injury at some point.
Okay, right.
There was a play in a game, and I can't remember which game it was on the road, and he came down kind of hard on the shoulder.
The Jet game, maybe?
I think it was. It's a good memory.
Yeah.
I think it was. And then he showed up in the injury report with it, but it wasn't something major, but it was something bothering him, right? So you're right, Joe. I mean, this is a guy that last year you never saw fully what they wanted to do with him because they never had a chance to fully do with him because he couldn't be on the field. And listen, we go through this every year, right? This should be there's yearly PSAs I have to put out, and one of them is they're going to be cautious. Now, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be concerned when sometimes guys get injured and guys have injuries they're dealing with, but they're going to be cautious with guys this time of year. So anything that they're dealing with, hey, we're going to give you a day off, going to give you a couple days off, whatever. The big thing is to get out of Fisher once they come out of here. Get out of Fisher after another week and a half or whatever with nothing major where we're talking about is his week 1 in question, right? I mean, I'm reading last night about Matthew Stafford. He should be available week 1. I don't know that. I don't know what the real report is, but I'm reading stuff about people saying and Sean McVay mentioning. And when I hear week 1 and a coach talk about it at this time, it kind of puts my alarm bells up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That's nothing we're talking about here. We're talking about here, okay, guys are out, and, we'll see when they come back. We're going to be cautious with them.
Fair enough. Right. So, all right, yesterday's practice, one of the big stories of practice is Keon Coleman had a really nice performance, a couple of nice catches.
Yeah.
As we're watching this this receiver group kind of come together, we're mentioning injuries to Samuel and Shavers there, getting an opportunity in Elijah Moore. But Coleman out there quite a bit, and some really nice signs from him.
Yeah, I think he has had guys a day to build on each day, Keon. Mm-hmm. And what's great about that is this is where he should really start to separate in more ways than one, right? This is where he should start to really click and shine, and you should notice him more today. Put the pads on. Joe Brady said it last week as much, and I agree. He basically said you can't judge Keon Coleman until pads come out. It's not his game. His game isn't out there in shorts and T-shirt. Yeah, he can be a receiver and do a lot of great things, but really it's when you become physical and guys want to put their hands on him and when he's running down the field with them and how physical he can be with them at the point of attack. I would say he has really built on and kind of taken a step up his trajectory each day. First day, we didn't talk at all about Keon Coleman. I don't think he was involved in the pass, it seemed like. Second day, very uneven. Oh, nice play. Oh, that one he should have had, right? Mm-hmm. Third day, here he's starting to, now you could see him. Like, he's a little more noticeable, right? And then yesterday I thought was, his best day. Like, he was starting to really, yesterday it seemed like Josh was finding him. He was in sync with Josh in rhythm. That's a lot of it, guys. I mean, him getting that chemistry with Josh Allen. And, last year, they didn't have as much time on task as you'd like because of the injury. And when he came back, it didn't go as great. The GM said it, right? I mean, like, it didn't go as great. And I think that's the thing. He's got to get that timing with Josh. And I like the day he had yesterday for sure.
Do you feel like when you're watching him, he looks any different too with, not with like maybe his physical build, but, when he's coming in and out of a break, in a route or after he catches the ball, like, because that was the knock on him at the combine last year and coming out of school was, is there ever going to be the speed there? Although, I guess what I'm asking isn't really about speed; it's about change of direction, right? And we've known he can do that with the ball in his hand. I guess it's just wanting to see him do that when he's actually running the routes.
Yeah, I think, Joe, if I go back to OTAs and minicamp even, one of the things that, I don't know if I can quantify it, but with the naked eye, it kind of looks like he's a little bit more in control sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's a little bit more
composed,
paying attention to detail at the top of the route, on his cut. He's not the fleetest of foot guy with his feet sometimes. You know that, right? When people say, oh, look at that. And that was the knock coming out of college, right? Mm-hmm. Look at you. There are guys, there are countless players in this league who are very fleet of foot, but if they can't make the right cut, and they do it too quickly, you're not going to. He has to create with his body. He's not going to create with his feet separation. So I think for him, he has to be able to break down a little bit. He has to give a subtlety move, and all of a sudden, if you give him that little bit, now he has you, kind of big boyed or bodied up, and you're like, okay, what do I do?
Right.
I think that's the evolution of his game. So I would say, just off the naked eye, again, no way to quantify it. We can go back and we can watch and break down video and look at each thing. I think he's a little more in control sometimes when I watch him.
Yeah. Sal, how about Josh Palmer? I mean, we've talked a lot of these receivers. How's Palmer looked so far through the first couple practices?
Yeah, I like that. It seems to me like Josh and Josh are really working on getting on the same page, right? That's kind of a theme here. Josh Allen knows that he has when he's on the same page. Him and Khalil Shakir kind of click, right? They always do, which is kind of funny, actually. To be honest, him and Shakir have had a couple pretty bad misses against air. You know what I mean? And each time I've seen twice this has happened. It happened again yesterday. Josh misses Khalil Shakir on a play like there's no defender. You're just running a route, and they both are like and Khalil comes back and they run it again.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? It doesn't always happen with guys like that, but that's how those guys, they know they need to be on the same page, and they should be on the same page.
It's funny because a miss against air is almost a better indicator about how precise a route should be or where.
Exactly right.
Because he's dropping back and he's throwing to a spot, and you're not in that spot. Somebody was wrong about where that was supposed to be. So a miss there is not just always Josh missed a throw.
That's exactly right.
It's just, wait a minute. These are, you're playing music together. You got to hit a note.
That's right. And yesterday, when I saw it happen, it was kind of like I'll get back to Josh Palmer in a second. So he runs like he kind of comes towards the center. He runs like a little fade, like a little corner route, but he's looking over the inside shoulder. And Josh throws it over his head. And, you can see Josh go, like, he was mad. And him and Khalil, they kind of come together. You can see them talk for a second. They went back and they ran the route again.
Yeah.
And it wound up in sync. And that's exactly right. Like, hey, okay, now I got to read when you turn your shoulder, maybe when you take that second step, like that. I see Josh Palmer and Josh, to me, are working a lot on the timing of everything they're doing. Josh Palmer is a really fluid athlete. He's just a fluid athlete. When you watch him run, same thing with Elijah Moore. I watch Elijah Moore. Now, Elijah Moore, I think, is kind of like the antithesis of Keon, right? He's smaller. His feet are always moving. His feet are moving. He's able to. That's how he separates from you, right? And I would put Josh Palmer in between those guys, to be quite honest with you. Like, he's just fluid. He's smooth. He knows how to run routes. I think he understands concepts, where guys are, body positioning. So, hey, it goes to you need all these different kinds of guys. So I think you got your guys like Keon that I described. I think Elijah Moore's a little opposite and different. And he's going to win off the line. He's going to win with his feet. He's fast. He's going to run by you a little bit. Josh Palmer's a little in between. He's going to beat you with a route, but it's not going to be because he's not running like Stevie Johnson. You know what I mean? Right. But he's going to reap because he understands how to run a route.
Right. Is there anything else on the offense that's worth pointing out here? I feel like the defense is obviously more interesting. It's receiver on offense. I saw you had some videos about the offensive line yesterday.
I did. I wanted to watch, and I always say I don't watch the line until the pads come out. I mean, like when they're going against 11 on 11.
Yeah.
What I do love to watch is Aaron Kromer coach. I mean, I'm a junkie for that stuff. I love watching Aaron Kromer coach. This guy, he is such a technician. He's such a teacher. And if you go down there, if you get a chance, go watch Aaron Kromer coach before practice. And how he'll literally have two guys go and do something. He'll teach them the technique. And then right after it goes, he'll tell them they did well, or he'll go right up to them. He'll show them what's going on. And then he turns around and tells everybody, did you see what happened here and all this? And I love that stuff. So I'm watching that. Then I watch him go to 11 on 11. I'm going to tell you, maybe every day is different. I think we have a good old-fashioned battle for the swing tackle job right now between Tylan Grable and Ryan Vandermark. Or maybe Tylan Grable is your swing tackle and Ryan Vandermark is, basically your right tackle. I didn't really see him at left as much yesterday, but he is a swing tackle. So I would say I think that's something interesting to watch. So remember, that was Ryan Vandermark's job 2 years ago. They draft Tylan Grable. He is the one that's in that spot. Vandermark is a healthy scratch, while Grable is the guy at the swing tackle on game day. Grable gets hurt. Vandermark retakes the job. It's a nice problem to have, right? But I think we have a bit of a competition and battle going on there.
Switching to the defense, how are things going at safety? Rapp and Bishop look pretty firmly entrenched right now. Like those two are together a lot.
They are, and you guys know I've said it from day one. I mean, it's Taylor. It's Cole Bishop's job as long as he's healthy. If Cole Bishop stays healthy and he's not lining up against the Baltimore Ravens week 1, something really went wrong.
Yep.
Simple as that. We all remember draft morning. We wake up, all these national guys are Malachi Starks. I couldn't make sense of it. No way. They love Cole Bishop. The only thing they need from Cole Bishop is stay healthy. And if he stays healthy and he's not your starting safety, either he went drastically wrong, what you thought about him, or you really misevaluated the guy. Because the plan is for Cole Bishop to be the starting safety on this team. He's a second-round pick. They've made an investment. The things that he can do are perfectly fit for a Sean McDermott defense. He has versatility. He can play down in the box. He can play center field. He's a physical guy. He's a little undersized to be as physical as he is, so you worry wear and tear on the body. But, I mean, he came from a ready-made defense at Utah. And what did Dalton Kincaid say about him? Who, by the way, Dalton Kincaid had a really good day yesterday, too. What did Dalton Kincaid say about him? Like, oh, yeah, like he can cover tight ends. He covered me every day. Like, this guy is a perfect fit for Sean McDermott's defense. He just has to stay on the field and stay healthy. I think behind him there's some interesting battles going on. Preseason's going to tell us a lot. And I wouldn't count DeMar Hamlin out. I mean, I've been saying for a while I could see him not making the team. I still can. I think Derek Forrest is ahead of him. But DeMar gets his time out there, and he's made a couple plays. They signed Derek Forrest, I think, to a one-year deal. It's not a lot of money. I think they like Derek Forrest, what he brings to the table. So it should be interesting there. And then, of course, behind them, you still have you have the Cam Lewis, Jordan Hancock. Those guys play both nickel and safety. But, yeah, Jeremy, I mean, it is basically Cole Bishop, Taylor Rapp. Cole Bishop yesterday, there was a play, a very scary moment yesterday. Dalton Kincaid was on a pattern, like a kind of a corner, and the ball was coming down the sideline, so he stayed right on the sideline to catch it as it was coming down. Matt Milano's trailing and, hustling back from his linebacker spot. Cole Bishop's coming over the top. Ooh. You had Bishop, Milano, and Kincaid all collide.
Ooh.
I mean, it was...
That's scary.
Not three individuals. You want to see people...
Correct. And they were on the ground, and for a brief moment, Matt Milano was down for like an extra beat. You know what I mean? They all kind of got up a little slow. He stayed down. Everybody goes over to him. He gets up. He's like, I'm good. And he goes over to the next rep. But those are the things that happen in camp. You're like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah. What is happening at linebacker?
So here's the other one. I think this isn't going to go over well with people who are like, oh, yeah, definitely. I think we have a good old-fashioned battle at backup middle linebacker. Balen Spector and Joe Andreessen. And again, this is about health. This is about availability. I'll be the first person to tell you I think Joe Andreessen should be the backup middle linebacker because Bale Inspector can't be reliable to stay on the field. But when Bale Inspector has been healthy, we've seen the Bills think that he can play that spot and do the job. I still think at the end of the day, if it's close, I think you have to lean towards the guy who's been – you can't take the guy who's had a lot of availability issues. And then the other guy, in Andreessen, second year of a undrafted rookie contract versus the – you okay there? I know, right? A little gnat there. Second year of undrafted rookie contract versus Bale Inspector, who's on the final year of a rookie contract, his fourth year. So I do think we have a battle there. Matt Milano is – I think if this guy stays healthy, which is always a question, right, considering the wear and tear in the games he's missed, I think he could play another 4 or 5 years at a good level. I really do. Like, he's just good. He's just a good football player. He's instinctual. He makes plays. And he gets to the ball where it's supposed to be. When they run toss sweep with Matt Milano on the field, it's like I feel like he's making the play at the line of scrimmage almost every play.
Yeah. Which is something that has always been, talking about how Hayden Poyer did it for so long. It was about McDermott and how he defensively especially values the intelligence to make the right play, right? Like Dorian Williams has got this freakish athletic profile, but it's about bringing him along and having him make the right decisions. I feel like, Sal, at that position, we're going all the way back to Tremaine Edmonds, who, hey, he's there all the time, but there's just some spots sometimes that are missing.
Agreed. That's not Matt. What is Matt's hold up? He's a little undersized, right? So, maybe if there's a situation where he gets in and he could have a bigger guy in him, but Matt sheds blocks. He understands how to get around tackles. Or understands how to get around blocks. His vision is amazing. We talked about that. You heard me with Shelton Bolden. I don't know if you heard me talk about this with Matt Milano and his vision. So last week, I think Joe heard. I don't know if you were on, Jeremy, if we talked about this. But yeah, last week. I apologize if I said this again on this show. I watched Matt diagnose a play and get to it, and I said, man, he reminds me of LaShawn McCoy navigating through a hole. He sees guys where most guys don't see guys.
Yeah.
His vision's amazing. He had to play running back. I see his mom and dad. I've gotten to know them over the years. I'm like, I got a question for you. Ask his dad. Matt played running back when he was younger. He's like, oh, yeah, he was really good. Like, of course, right?
Yeah.
He had to have. Like, his vision is amazing.
On the other side.
He's just doing it on the other side.
Yeah.
Also, very quickly on him, it would be if he can stay healthy this year and play at the level that we're talking about. Wouldn't the best case scenario be that he plays well enough and is healthy enough that they eliminated the year of his contract, right? So this is the final year, but it's $11 million in cap hit next year, and it's $4.8 the year after that in void years. And I think we had this conversation about Bosa earlier in the offseason. One way that you can make do on that is if the player is good enough, you can extend them, and those void cap hits kind of become, we'll just make it real years into a contract. But he'll be 31, and you'll have a decision.
Okay, right. So that's right. I'm glad you brought this up. So this is a really good technical question I got an answer to a while ago, and I need to kind of revisit the exact technicalities of this.
Yeah.
When they did that with Matt, I was wondering, I'm like, okay, what happens? Let's just say Matt has a really good year. Because Brandon Beane, we go to the owners' meetings, and I said to Brandon Beane, well, okay, so you got Matt, you put this, what's his void year? What's his
It's $11 million in 26.
$11 million.
And then $4.8
as a dead cap hit.
Yeah.
It's a void year, $11 million is a dead cap hit.
Right.
And I say, okay, well, there's no way you can re-sign him then, because what if he plays great and you want to re-sign him? You have a dead cap hit already on the books of 11. They're going to re-sign him for more? What are you talking, $15 million? You're not going to do that. Anyway, we started talking. I asked around how this type of contract works. The answer I got, and I need to dig more into this, is no, if you re-sign him, the void year just pushes out.
Yeah.
It's almost right, more beneficial to re-sign him
right.
than it is to keep him on the books on the void year. That got me thinking, well, if Matt plays well, Milano,
they'll want to do something.
They might want to do that because then they actually don't have to take that cap hit for another year.
With him not being on the team.
Right.
Correct.
Right, exactly.
And every opportunity to push a cap hit into a following year. I know people act like that can sometimes be, well, you're eventually going to have to pay. But every single year you get more money to play with.
That's right.
So,
exactly
it's
right.
just – it's not irresponsible, I don't think, to push cap hits into the future. I think it can actually oftentimes be a smart way to do it. All right, so practice 9:45. We'll see about full pads. Sean McDermott, 9:15 today?
9:15, Sean
okay.
McDermott. Yeah.
So we'll record that and play that back because we expect Joe Brady with us at 9:15 this morning. So we'll talk,
okay.
we'll talk to the Bills' offensive coordinator.
For sure. Are you? How did you last? How'd you do with the fire alarm?
I was just going to bring that up. I had just fallen asleep like maybe 20 minutes before that, and it was like the loudest noise I've ever heard in my life is the alarm directly over your bed, which is, oh my God, it was tough. I got back to sleep like as soon as it was done. It was like a 20-minute, out in the weather. Well, the weather, it was fine. It was nice out. What am I complaining about?
Did it remind you of days back at Syracuse with fire drills?
So I'm sure Joe will tell you. You have to be honest.
Okay, so yeah.
You could tell him. You could say it.
Sal wasn't there.
Oh.
I was missing, interestingly missing, when the alarm's going off.
I got there.
Sal strolls up. We're all outside, and here's Sal just strolling up, like through the parking lot. He had like no idea what's going on.
When I got there, I saw fire alarms. I'm like, oh, what happened?
Jeez.
What happened? Hey, we had a nice round of golf yesterday.
Yep.
Right, Joe. It was. I'm sorry, Matt Bove and Bill Whippert and I. We went over. We played at Irondequoit. It was great. And afterwards, we kind of finished at like 8:30, close to 9.
Yep.
So went out for a nice dinner, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna tap it off and have a little glass of wine before I head back, and I did. And then by the time I kind of came strolling up, took a nice stroll down the parking lot, and I see a bunch of
fire trucks.
Fire trucks.
I think there were.
And I saw these people laughing at me, like, here comes Sam. I'm like, what? Like, this is kind of normal, right? Except for what you guys got going on.
I think what made it funny is you were walking up, arriving as the fire trucks were arriving.
There you go.
I think there were 4 fire trucks last night. Like they brought out all the stops.
They did.
To make sure, yeah.
I saw them whipping down the whatever that road is out here. I'm like, ooh, what is going on? And then I realized, oh my God, that's like my dorm.
It was our
like
dorm.
I hope everybody's okay.
Yeah.
Sal Capaccio. All right. Very good. We'll see you on the field today, and you'll be updating throughout the Extra Point Show and all that good stuff. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio here with us from St. John Fisher. Coverage of training camp brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Coming up top of the hour, Pat Harris is going to join us. He's the lead director of Hard Knocks. So we're going to talk to him about the process, all that, maybe what they look for, get a sneak peek kind of behind the scenes from the lead director. He's a Rochester native, played his football at Penfield, quarterback at Penfield. So he's coming up at 8. Carl Jones, 8:30. Joe Brady, 9:15. All coming up here from St. John Fisher on WGR. What is happening at linebacker?
So here's the other one. I think this isn't going to go over well with people who are like, oh, yeah, definitely. I think we have a good old-fashioned battle at backup middle linebacker. Balen Spector and Joe Andreessen. And again, this is about health. It's about availability. I'll be the first person to tell you, I think Joe Andreessen should be the backup middle linebacker because Balen Spector can't be reliable to stay on the field. But when Balen Spector has been healthy, we've seen the Bills think that he can play that spot and do the job. I still think at the end of the day, if it's close, I think you have to lean towards the guy who's been. You can't take the guy who's had a lot of availability issues, and then the other guy, in Andreessen, second year of a undrafted rookie contract versus the. You okay there? I know, right? A little gnat there. Second year of undrafted rookie contract versus Balen Spector, who's on the final year of a rookie contract, his 4th year. So I do think we have a battle there. Matt Milano is, I think if this guy stays healthy, which is always a question, right, considering the wear and tear in the games he's missed, I think he could play another 4 or 5 years at a good level. I really do. Like, he's just good. He's just a good football player. He's instinctual. He makes plays, and he gets to the ball where it's supposed to be. When they run toss sweep with Matt Milano on the field, it's like I feel like he's making the play at the line of scrimmage almost every play.
Yeah. going to the weekend, we got a preview of all those new jerseys, the rivalries uniforms.
How much of a preview really was it? It was a little bit, right?
Well,
Like, we know the vibe you're going for, but we didn't get, like, a piece of one.
no, that's right. What we got was a little bit of a color scheme, if that.
Maybe.
You
Because we saw the logo.
That's right. And you got conceptually what these rivalries uniforms are going for, which that's all well and good. The thing I would say is, are they going to run out of elements? The rivalries uniforms,
Wow.
Listen, I'm excited about them. It does feel like an offshoot or some version of Captain Planet. I've got a desert team. I think the Jets are going to be a swamp team because the Bills are the cold team. New England's the nor'easter team. Okay.
Well, did
Miami
you see-
is the water team.
Yeah. Did you see New England's
The
video?
nor'easter. It's wind and like rain,
Yeah,
and
right.
storms.
It looks very similar to, but it's
Bills.
snow. Like, there is snow involved, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's very similar to the Bills one. Yeah.
Yeah. Seattle is a sound. Okay, that one's kind of cool. It does feel like, if I may, and I don't say this in a bad way, the attempted marvelization of the NFL.
Yeah.
Or everybody's got a superpower. Everybody's got some element. Every one of them looked pretty cool to me. The Rams are going to wear some like midnight black, maybe reverse, like almost like a negative picture where it's black with white numbers. Like that thing might look nasty. The whole thing has me excited. And the Bills ones, I loved watching the players react to them just because
cool.
Shakir saying, well, this is different. Like, I like that.
Yeah.
Dawkins saying, look at the thing on its shoulder. What's that going to be? Like some sort of ice? I don't know. I'm into it.
Bills training camp continuing on yesterday after a day off on Saturday. A few Bills out of practice yesterday, though. Linebacker Terrell Bernard and wide receiver Curtis Samuel both absent due to hamstring injuries. Wide receiver Elijah Moore also missed practice with some general leg soreness. The Bills also activated tight end Dawson Knox and wide receiver Laviska Shenault off the non-football injury list. However, neither of them practiced with the team. You can read more on yesterday's practice in Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals in the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL, Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin has finally reported the team's training camp, but was immediately placed on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McLaurin's arrival doesn't mean any progress on a deal, but it could also be a negotiation tactic from the player. And the Browns have a bit of a wrinkle in their quarterback competition between the four quarterbacks Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Pickett suffered an apparent hamstring injury on Saturday during their team's practice. The team plans to reevaluate the injury later this week. And a new contract for the Sabres yesterday, they signed defenseman Connor Timmins to a 2-year, $2.2 million deal to avoid arbitration. The team acquired Timmins on day 2 of the NHL draft in a trade with Pittsburgh. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Man, I'm used to it. If you remember in New Orleans, Taysom Hill, I used to drive the team all the way down the field, and Taysom Hill used to come in and run quarterback power and score a touchdown. So I was like, hey, Jackson is Taysom Hill. Taysom from Idaho, but Jackson from Utah. I was like, it's that Utah connection. Every time I have a good drive, they're going to take me out and put a kid from Utah in that comes score a touchdown. No, man. He needs those reps. He needs those red zone reps. I'd have been in the red zone a lot, and that was a good drive. I knew I was going to end up in the end zone, so it allowed me to visualize myself being in the end zone again.
Jameis Winston with the Giants this year. Jameis Winston. And
weird quarterback room they've got there right now.
Yeah, Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart.
Yep.
That'd be a great place to have the Who's Deck. Back when we had the Who's Deck, who's the quarterback rankings?
Yeah.
With Tyrod, Matt Castle, and EJ?
Yeah.
Who's winning the competition? Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart. When Jackson Dart's first ever rep in 11-on-11 was a pick six.
Yeah.
That would have plummeted his stock.
I mean, he's been spending too much time around Jameis, apparently.
Right. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We are live at St. John Fisher, back for another week from St. John Fisher training camp. And coming up, top of the hour, lead director of Hard Knocks, Pat Harris, will sit down with us. We'll chat with him about the whole process, how it all works, and whatever he's able to tell us. I don't know if anything's supposed to be secret. They're just filming stuff and telling stories.
Yeah, no. I don't think there's any nuclear codes.
Yeah, right. Well, the Bills would have
the Bills will. The Bills
somewhat. What kind of access can you get? How many things do you ask for that you do get versus that you don't get? It's the kind of thing where ask for the moon, ask for everything, and if you get half of it, then all right, there you go. So that's coming up at 8. Carl Jones joins us at 8:30, and offensive coordinator Joe Brady, 9:15. So that's our rundown.
I saw this weekend that Drake May, one of his top goals of the season is to not run as much. Did you see this?
He said that he wants to keep his eyes downfield when running. The idea being that he's still, hey, if he scrambles, that's fine, but he's going to scramble and keep looking down the field instead of just taking off.
Yep. 421 yards rushing last season.
He had a game with 95.
Okay, that sounds it's Miami, maybe?
Maybe. This is where the Allen...
Although I might think of Josh Allen play.
This is where the Allen comparisons start to come in. It's like, no, this is a guy that if you just let him loose, he will run all over you.
That's what I was going to ask. I feel like... Hasn't Josh Allen probably said something similar 8,000 times over the last 8 years of, I want to keep my eyes downfield a little bit more, maybe not run as much, and then what ends up happening?
Yeah.
He scrambles all the time. And is that going to be Drake May? Is Drake May going to just be the guy that says, I want to keep my eyes downfield more, I don't want to run as much, and then he'll run for 500 yards every single season? Or is he going to be Justin Herbert, where I feel like that's more true? Like, the guy scrambles out of the pocket. I think May's a better runner than Herbert is.
Yes, and not as good as Allen. Like there's definitely going to be some there. I don't think he'll run it as – I don't think – the difference is – here's one. Will the Patriots ever call plays for him to run it? Because they're like, well, this guy's a cheat code.
Right.
That's where Allen and Lamar live, is that land. That's Jaden Daniels to a degree too, right? Like these guys are so good physically that they can make a big difference for you. Even Kyler Murray can get away from guys. I don't know.
Sure.
I feel like Allen and Jackson are the two big ones. For May, he only threw 15 touchdowns last season. He also didn't play in their entire year. Like he sat out the first 5 games, and
he started the last game against the Bills and only threw one pass.
He had another game against the Jets where he had 6 attempts.
Yep.
Like he basically played May 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 11 games. So 15 touchdowns in 11 games. That's not a big number.
Nope.
15 touchdowns. 10 picks, was kind of averaging 1 pick a game. There's the old young Josh Allen also, right?
Yep.
Throwing interceptions, making plays on the run. Be a big test for him this year to see what the next step is. He might have a more competent offensive coordinator. He's got better supporting cast. So, we'll see about him.
Would you draft him in fantasy?
I would. Yeah. The biggest knock against the Patriots in fantasy, from what I understand, is that's a defense that's going to be good.
Yeah.
And what you want in fantasy, if you have a young quarterback who's trying to prove himself, is you're going to want him to put up 40 a game. And New England might be the kind of – like when it's Bills-Patriots this year, it wouldn't surprise me if the Bills sweep them. But the games are a little bit more like, your 23-16 kind of affairs.
Sure.
I don't think New England's going to get into many shootouts this year. Their defense is pretty good.
No. Right now, he is going. Man, he's going low. Quarterback 18, one spot above J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, boy, that's okay.
And to me, that's I don't know, should that be easy? I was about to say I would have a huge difference between the two because May's going to run, and I have a year of Drake May on the field that looked pretty darn good, and I would have a lot of optimism. But why is McCarthy going that high? Is that just total
Jefferson?
Is that just total faith in Kevin O'Connell? And
it's going to be some Kevin O'Connell.
Justin Jefferson.
And
who is hurt, by the way.
That's right. He's got a hamstring issue. But, yeah, it's got to be Kevin O'Connell. And also, you have a freak show receiver. There's a floor no matter what. Like, you just throw it to that guy a bunch, and you'll throw for a bunch of touchdowns.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
You know, that class really could end up being one of the best classes since the Allen one, right? Like, the Allen class ended up being great.
This is going to be Williams, Daniels, May, McCarthy. Nix.
Solid.
Look, it's off to a good start.
Really solid.
And I fully expect Ben Johnson to make Caleb Williams look at least good this year.
And if he does that, I mean, you've got one guy that already looks like a franchise quarterback in there for a long time in Daniels.
Yeah.
And then between Williams, May, and Bo Nix, and McCarthy, even if you want it, like, let me take McCarthy out of it. Between those other three guys, Drake May, Caleb Williams, and Bo Nix, I feel like two of those three are probably going to be franchise-level quarterbacks, too.
Yeah.
I don't know which two, but I would take the odds that two of them will.
803-0550 if you want to join us. I saw something over the weekend. This will be a fun little game. How well do you know the Bills-Ravens game? Okay?
The playoff game?
Yeah.
I assumed that you meant the playoff game.
Yeah. I saw an interview with Derrick Henry. He's on talking with Brian Baldinger, and he says he still thinks about the pass he dropped in the playoff game, the loss to the Bills.
Ooh.
And I thought, wow,
I hadn't thought of it.
I do not remember it. When did it happen? What was the significance? When did he drop a pass?
I don't think I've thought of it since that day, but man, I'll have to find the video. I'm pretty sure I remember him having. He is like the whole field is in front of him.
Is it
like it's gonna be a 50-yard touchdown?
Really?
But it's like a swing pass. In my mind, it's a swing pass.
When is it in the game?
Ooh, I gotta find it. It's early though. I think it's early. It's not late. It's definitely early. I'm trying to remember what the drive ends up being. They maybe score anyway.
I've got 1 3rd and 8 pass to Derrick Henry is incomplete. That's the Ravens settle for a field goal.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad you remember it. Here's Derrick Henry.
I remember, like, I kind of remember it. I don't remember the exact details of it.
Yeah.
But I'll have to find it. There's a bad drop by Derrick Henry in there for sure.
Okay.
Like, nobody around him.
You'll have to find it for me. He still thinks about it.
Does that mean I have to go dive through this Bills-Ravens game?
I think so.
That's probably fine, right?
Well, it can't.
I mean, there probably are a bunch of plays in that game that I don't really remember. What are the plays we remember? Remember the turnover plays by Baltimore,
which is an Andrews fumble,
yeah,
a Lamar fumble,
yeah,
and a Lamar
and Vaughn
pick.
running 40 yards back with the football,
yeah.
Right, the wrap interception early on. I remember the touchdown before the 2-point conversion. Lamar having 20 seconds back there. And what else? What do you remember from the Bills? Name an offensive play from that game.
It's tough. What do I remember from that game?
Shakir down the middle in the first drive, which I think is their only long pass of the day.
Yeah. Allen scores on a touchdown run.
Okay, I don't remember that. Is that a sneak?
Yeah, 1 yard.
Okay.
Anyway,
I got to find this.
Derrick Henry's still thinking about it. I got to remember it.
Right.
Like Mark Andrews had a rough day there, Derrick Henry. You were off the hook. Mark Andrews had a drop on a conversion and a fumble.
Yeah.
But that, it kind of gets to the player. You'll always think about the thing that you could have done differently. I mean, Lamar said he still thinks about it. He had a great game, but he had 2 big turnovers, which makes it tough to have a great game. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 coverage from training camp continues. Practice on the way at 9:45. Maybe full pads today. If you're coming to training camp, you might be gifted with that. A full pads day here at St. John Fisher. Derek, if you can stick with us, we got to get a break and we'll get to your call on the other side. You can give us a call at any point. Take your calls here from training camp. Jeremy and Joe live on WGR. yesterday. Take us through yesterday's practice. It's among other things, we got injuries to kind of monitor. Terrell Bernard, Curtis Samuel, hamstring issues for them. Do we have an idea of timelines? Any idea of how that might look right now?
No timelines on Terrell Bernard or Curtis Samuel. Good news on Tyrell Shavers. That was the one that was really not great looking. It was like right in front of me towards the end of practice. In fact, it wound up being the last play of practice.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers catches a pass, really kind of one-handed against Max Hairston. Hairston's right on him, still jostling, for a step or two after the ball's caught, And as they kind of came to the ground together, you could immediately see Shavers roll. Something happened. He grabbed his right ankle. Like, oh, this is not good. He was in a lot of pain. Athletic trainers came out, tended to him, and then the cart came out. Later, Alina Getzenberg of ESPN reported low ankle sprain. Yep. Should be fine overall, right? Whatever that means. Does he practice today? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Caden Prather, 7th-round draft pick. I saw him go into the training tent with a pretty noticeable limp yesterday. He came out with a wrap on his left thigh. On the field, stayed on the field, did not take another rep. Dawson Knox was activated yesterday. That means he'll be ready to play today. I doubt he would put on pads right away, but you never know. But he'll be out. He was activated off the NFI. That's great news. Same thing with Laviska Shenault, who really needs to get on the field. I mean, Laviska Shenault needs to play, right, if he wants to make this team. He was activated off NFI yesterday. The guys you talked about, though, no, nothing. And then Elijah Moore did start practice. He left with general soreness, so I wouldn't. Okay. That shouldn't be too alarming. I think obviously today we'll be monitoring, if Bernard is out there, if Samuel's out there, and who's the other one? Dorian Williams still hasn't practiced.
Talking about how Hayden Poyer did it for so long. It was about McDermott and how he defensively especially values the intelligence to make the right play, right? Like Dorian Williams has got this freakish athletic profile, but it's about bringing him along and having him make the right decisions. I feel like, Sal, at that position, we're going all the way back to Tremaine Edmonds, who, hey, he's there all the time, but there's just some spots sometimes that are missing.
Agreed. That's not Matt. What is Matt's hold up? He's a little undersized, right? So, maybe if there's a situation where he gets in and he could have a bigger guy on him, but Matt sheds blocks. He understands how to get around tackles. Or understands how to get around blocks. His vision is amazing. We talked about that. You heard me with Shelton Bolden. I don't know if you heard me talk about this with Matt Milano and his vision. So last week, I think Joe heard, I don't know if you were on, Jeremy, if we talked about this. But, yeah, last week, and I apologize if I said this again on this show, I watched Matt diagnose a play and get to it, and I said, man, he reminds me of LaShawn McCoy navigating through a hole. He sees guys where most guys don't see guys.
Yeah.
His vision's amazing. He had to play running back. I see his mom and dad. I've gotten to know them over the years. I'm like, I got a question for you. Ask his dad. Matt played running back when he was younger. He's like, oh, yeah, he was really good. Like, of course, right?
Yeah.
He had to have. Like, his vision is amazing.
On the other side.
He's just doing it on the other side.
Yeah. All right, Jeremy and Joe, quick segment here. St. John Fisher training camp. Preseason game number 1, of course. The NFL, it's going to be Thursday, the Hall of Fame game.
This week?
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to take a call. We're short on time. We got to go to break. All right, there you go. It's total time. When we get back, Pat Harris, league director of Hard Knocks, is going to join us. So we'll get plenty of time in on that, find out a little bit about the Bills and this process of filming them and presenting them to all of us. So Hard Knocks director Pat Harris coming up here live from St. John Fisher. Talking about how Hyde and Poyer did it for so long. It was about McDermott and how he defensively especially values the intelligence to make the right play, right? Like Dorian Williams has got this freakish athletic profile, but it's about bringing him along and having him make the right decisions. I feel like, Sal, at that position, we're going all the way back to Tremaine Edmonds, who, hey, he's there all the time, but there's just some spots sometimes that are missing.
Agreed. That's not Matt. What is Matt's hold up? He's a little undersized, right? So, maybe if there's a situation where he gets in and he could have a bigger guy on him, but Matt sheds blocks. He understands how to get around tackles. Or understands how to get around blocks. His vision is amazing. We talked about that. You heard me with Shelton Bolden. I don't know if you heard me talk about this with Matt Milano and his vision. So last week, I think Joe heard, I don't know if you were on, Jeremy, if we talked about this. But, yeah, last week, and I apologize if I said this again on this show, I watched Matt diagnose a play and get to it, and I said, man, he reminds me of LaShawn McCoy navigating through a hole. Mm-hmm. He sees guys where most guys don't see guys.
Yeah.
His vision's amazing. He had to play running back. I see his mom and dad. I've gotten to know them over the years. I'm like, I got a question for you. Ask his dad. Matt played running back when he was younger. He's like, oh, yeah, he was really good. Like, of course, right?
Yeah.
He had to have. Like, his vision is amazing.
On the other side.
He's just doing it on the other side.
Yeah. That Keon Coleman had a great day yesterday. Keon Coleman was a stud yesterday. A bunch of nice catches, a go ball, a back shoulder touchdown, just like looking the part of what they want him to be. And that is a departure from, it's funny, like training camp, if you have a bad practice, it's just camp. If you have a good practice, it's, there it is. There's all the stuff we're looking at. So, there's some ups and downs. But Coleman, by all accounts, yesterday had a great practice, and Curtis Samuel is injured with a hamstring issue. That seems like it's a common refrain, like he just can't catch a break, can't kind of stay healthy. Right, Brutal. We'll see how long that lasts. And then Tyrell Shavers goes in, and he suffers an ankle injury, which I think is not as bad as initially feared.
No.
So
again, the carted off and how serious ends up being debate.
He's carted off, but I think he might be okay on that. Maybe get an update on that today.
Good morning. The Bills were back out on the practice field yesterday morning, after taking Saturday off, but a few players were missing from practice. Linebacker Terrell Bernard and wide receiver Curtis Samuel were both absent due to hamstring injuries. Wide receiver Elijah Moore also missed practice with some general leg soreness. The Bills also activated tight end Dawson Knox and wide receiver Laviska Shenault off of the non-football injury list. However, neither of them practiced yesterday. You can read more on yesterday's practice in Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL, on Friday evening, first-round pick Shamar Stewart finally signed his rookie deal with the Cincinnati Bengals, a fully guaranteed deal at $18.9 million with $10 million at signing. Stewart then began practicing with the team over the weekend. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin has finally reported the team's training camp, but was immediately placed on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McLaurin's arrival doesn't necessarily mean progress on a new deal, but could be a negotiation tactic from the player to avoid racking up more fines from the NFL by not being at team facilities. The Cleveland Browns quarterback competition had a bit of a shakeup over the weekend after Kenny Pickett suffered an apparent hamstring injury during Saturday's practice. The team did not practice yesterday, and they plan to reevaluate the injury later this week. They're hopeful for Kenny Pickett to return in time for preseason evaluations against Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. And a new contract for the Buffalo Sabres yesterday. The Sabres signed defenseman Connor Timmins to a 2-year, $2.2 million deal. They avoid going to arbitration with that player. The team acquired Timmins on day 2 of the NHL draft in a trade, which sent Connor Clifton and a second-round pick to Pittsburgh. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, good morning, Bills fans. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher training camp as we're on for another day here. 9:45 practice today. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. We are pleased to welcome in Pat Harris, who is lead director of HBO's Hard Knocks here for this series of the Bills. Good morning.
Morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're excited to talk to you about this. I think Bills fans are pretty excited to see their team. You know, any Bills content is good, and I think, you know, there's the cliched idea that it's a distraction. I'm sure you guys hear that all the time, but the flip side of that for Bills fans and any football fan is like, I get access. I can see my team, and that's pretty great.
That's the hope. I think, we're used to the reluctance, football teams, fans, players, they'll just want their team to succeed and not be distracted at all. I think we've gotten pretty good at not being a distraction, or at least that's what we think. That's how we operate. So we try to tell the teams, be yourselves. That's what's good TV, and ultimately we're just going to follow around what you're doing.
Do you find that through the process these teams are nervous at first, and by the end they're just like, oh yeah, hey, it's Pat. These guys are hanging out. They're just kind of part of the entourage, part of the show now.
No question, and that is our goal. Even from our shirts, like we found that putting the shirts the team color blends you in. Players don't notice it as much, so that is our goal, and we try to get it as quick as possible.
So you've been with Hard Knocks for how many years?
This is my 10th Hard Knocks in the directing world. 10 out of the last 11. So we had our son during Cowboys year, so I took a year off there. And then I worked on a couple previously, but 10 out of the last 11.
And you are a Rochester native and a Bills fan, so
yes.
Is this one a little special?
Oh, no question. No question. I think this is my first year in this role, so I thought that would be special regardless. But then you add in my favorite team, you add in being in my hometown. My dad went here, grandpa, a bunch of cousins went here. So it's pretty surreal, I think, that it's all landed in this spot.
But you kind of been waiting for the Bills to get picked here. Like, I feel like there have been a lot of iterations of Hard Knocks, and this is the first for any of it. Even the in-season, this is the first one.
Definitely. I think I've quietly pitched or said, like, hey, this could be a good year for the Bills, like this many years, and it kind of fell to deaf ears or never really worked. So I think when it finally did happen, I was reluctant to like accept and say, like, I'll believe it when it's like signed on the dotted line. But it's awesome that it finally did.
So here we are at St. John Fisher. The season begins. But before we get into, how this all works, just as a Bills fan, like, you've been to games, you've been to Highmark, like, memories of that stadium going back for you?
Oh, no question. I feel like I would go. It started like early memories were like going to those kids' days during preseason games. Parents would drive up. My dad always had season tickets, so a lot of them too were remembering him like, all right, you got to help him get ready to go to the game, to do his tailgate and do everything like that. And then I feel like as I got older, I'd be able to go with friends. I remember memories. I grew up in the peak Brady Patriots years, so I definitely remember. Yes,
drought era kid like me.
Yes, a lot of times of like, Dad, can we go to any other game with the Patriots? Like that's, and of course that's the one his buddy didn't want to go to, so it worked out. But no, I feel like it's cool that I was able to have memories as a kid, and then now that I've gotten older and been able to work games and be on the sidelines for NFL films, it's kind of been like a cool full circle moment.
Yeah, well. How does this all work? So you're day-to-day. You guys are out here filming all the time. How much work goes in before anybody even shows up at training camp? Just kind of contact with the Bills, planning things. Do you ask about a certain set of players? Do you ask their opinion on who's interesting? To try and find the storylines that you end up covering, how do you ultimately arrive there?
It starts with, we usually do a little, like, put together a research packet. We get to know the players. We do, look at social medias and kind of familiarize ourselves. There's 5 directors, including myself, that'll just kind of like, hey, here's who we got. So we have an idea of personalities, storylines, and then a lot of it's, once we get to camp, we keep that in the back of our head, and then we just kind of keep our eyes open and listen, because the one thing I never like is staying on, hey, we reread this, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. We have to keep sticking to this when in reality it's not true. So we try to do some homework. I think definitely talking with the team, talking with the PR staffs gives us a good idea of just different personalities and characters that are on the team that we might not know about. Hey, just because this guy doesn't post on social media doesn't mean he's not a good personality. But we usually like to come in with a little homework done and being ready to roll.
Yeah, and you said you think it's a good year for the Bills. Do you feel like as you're going through this, we've talked about this offseason, this team feels like it's Josh Allen who's the MVP, and then there's a lot of good players that maybe aren't superstars, household names, for every football fan around the league. Can that almost play to your benefit, though, like telling the story of players that are meaningful and are good players on this team that, again, aren't guys that you're seeing in the Pro Bowl or getting all the All-Pro accolades every single year?
I think it opens us up to tell the story of really anybody and everybody, because I think I'm kind of jaded, being dialed into the Bills and everything about them, but trying to listen to coworkers that, hey, they know the Bills because they watch them on Sunday Night Football or they've seen them play the Chiefs, whatever, reason is, but know that I'm pretty in tune, but the rest of the world might not be with players like that all of a sudden, hey, we know Deion Dawkins is an incredible personality, is people that know the Bills. Let's show the world, everybody, there's a lot of players that I think fall under that line that really the world can see how incredible football players, but also people they are.
So when this gets started, you're asking about access. Can we do this? Is it ask for the moon, see what you get? Like, how is it a collaborative that you get to what you are allowed to use, what you should protect, how much trust there is? Are you in a room and you filter back through? Like, take us through exactly how that might work.
I think we usually open up and say, like, putting cameras in all different rooms, filming meetings, wiring people up. Like, that's usually the big umbrella that we start with. And then teams kind of make little tweaks here. Hey, maybe we do this many wires, or maybe we put a camera here, but, on this day, hey, can we just have it to ourselves? So there's like a collaboration. I think that's what helps form the partnership that we ultimately want with this team.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're not trying to be investigative, exposing what they're doing. Correct. You're just trying to tell the other side of it. I'm not sure, like, whatever, the names of the plays, the formations they're going to use. that would be interesting to fans. But what you're trying to do is kind of just craft stories around what the football team is.
Correct, and that's what we always tell teams, like any install, that we don't care. As much as, yes, I'm the same way. It'd be fascinating to see and understand. That's not what this show is. The majority of our fans wouldn't even understand it. So I think that's one, I don't even know if it's a misconception, but that sets them at ease, I think, once we kind of clear that up of like, hey, we know the camera's in there, we're filming this meeting, but ultimately we don't need that.
Can that relationship with the team and that dynamic change when the show is actually airing? Like, has it ever happened in the past where maybe, I don't know, this could happen anywhere, I guess, like some team didn't like something, the way it was perceived on television, and I don't know, does that ever change, or do you find that it actually, as the show starts airing, that it's just kind of, at that point, everyone's used to it.
It rarely, and I can't remember an instance where it almost goes from like great, incredible access to like minimized because of something they were uncomfortable with. It's usually the opposite, where they kind of start off a little like reserved, and then they start to see as stuff starts to come together. We show rough cuts. I think players, especially once they start to see, okay, here's how we're introducing this guy. We're not, again, out to make anybody look bad. We're not focusing on the negatives with that stuff. I think we're kind of documenting camp, and a lot of times, hey, yeah, you had a rough practice. We're going to show that because that's part of what this is. But the intention of the hope is like, hey, you have an ability to redeem yourself. So I think a lot of times players see that first or second episode, and then they're a little bit more comfortable with us.
So like a day today, there's practice today. The players that are going to be mic'd up, is there a schedule that's kind of set ahead of time? So I think I'd heard one day was here 5 guys were mic'd up. Maybe KJ Hamler was one of them. Josh was one of them. When a guy knows he's mic'd up, he's just do you give him tips like, hey, I feel like I'm thinking of the movie Almost Famous, where the guy's embedded with the band. He's like, just make us look cool, man, right? Like, are these players basically like, just make me look cool?
Yes, you find, I think, one, we want players to be themselves. I think you realize the veterans, if there's a conversation that's like, they're talking about something personal, the ones who know the deal, they're like, oh, I don't want to say anything. It's like, they're not going to use that. Like, that's not what we're here for. I think you realize, guys, the way we can film it is we aren't an invasive. We aren't, right in their hip pocket the entire time. So I think they can just operate. At the end of the day, they gotta prepare for the season. So we want to get what we need, but also not be in the way of what they need.
How many cameras? How many people? What are the numbers on site?
So we got 35 people on our crew on site. We have 8 cameras at every practice. Anywhere between like 5 and 8 wires. And then there's an entire army of people back in NFL Films that have to, ingest the footage, log it, put the show together. So we're looking at, 70 to 100 people that are working on that end.
And how unique is this show to that? Because your turnaround time, especially once the show starts airing, is it vastly different? Is it unique in that way compared to other, documentaries for sports and whatnot? Because, you're trying to have it come out as camp is ongoing.
I think it's one of one, and I think we've continued to prove that each year. I think we always say when we're up against other documentaries, you're kind of comparing yourself to like ones. A lot of them just have exponentially more time to put it together. I think the way we kind of start to ramp up and just turn it around in a week, it's crazy when you kind of like talk through it and say it out loud, but we're kind of like a well-oiled machine between here, back at Films, that we're just used to that. That's what we've grown up with. That's what I've grown up with. But it is very impressive that we're able to do that, I think, year in and year out.
Do you have an idea, like episode 1, at this point? Because you say you send things back, they ingest it, they log it, they cut it. Do you guys have an idea of what the focus might be early on, like who the stars are, who the characters are early on?
A little bit. I think we're not quite there yet with it, but I think we have an idea. Like, obviously, you got to figure out, okay, how are you going to introduce Josh? I think the first episode is you kind of introduce the stars. It's introducing Sean. It's introducing Dion, even Brandon Bean, like the people like that you want to start the foundation of like what the Bills are and who they are. So you kind of have an idea there, and then it's really those episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, and you start to introduce different characters. It's kind of sometimes we might have 3 characters, but we can only introduce 2. So we're trying to do the best thing in the field to say, all right, we're going to give you all that you might need to introduce all 3 of these guys, and then it's ultimately on them to decide.
Pat Harris, lead director of HBO's Hard Knocks.
With McDermott on that, you mentioned him as one of kind of the stars to be introduced. I wonder, one, I guess what he's been like to deal with from your end during this whole process, but then 2, also him being, presented there as one of the stars of the team. As I mentioned, it's not like a long list of all pros that are on the roster. And I feel like he's another one where I guess I don't know what the casual football fan around the country actually thinks of him or even knows about him in the first place.
Right, and that's, I think, kind of to our advantage that we can kind of open up the book and say, yeah, this is Sean McDermott. I think from my personal interactions with him, he's extremely kind, like has a good sense of humor. It makes you feel like he's known you for a lot of years, and he's very comfortable, introduces himself to all of our crew. So that's been, I think, fun knowing. I've obviously watched him on the sidelines for many years, been a fan, and he came in and was very excited to have us. So I think that's an opportunity for us to say, all right, Sean is a huge piece of this team, huge piece of the Bills culture. So what can we do to let the average fan that doesn't know kind of peer in a little bit to what he is, not only as a coach, I think, but as a person too.
We've got you for a little bit here this morning, and wonderful to have this time. Is this a little bit of downtime before practice every day? Like you have this window, the calm before the storm, and then once you get to practice, like the day's filled?
Yes. So usually we have a production meeting at 7 o'clock to kind of just lay out what the day is, who we got mic'd up, anything like of note that we're doing. And then it's usually a lot of our operators are just getting gear prepped and things like that. We usually try to get a little breakfast or something like that. And then pressers will start, and then we'll make our way down to the field. We'll start getting guys, as they come out to the field. And then usually then it becomes a whirlwind until practice is over with. And then it's almost you stop down again, get some food, and then you're almost starting to anticipate the next day. Hey, what random stuff do we need to do? We want to shoot some B-roll of like signage around here. It's stuff like that you're really kind of trying to think like more creatively, and then ultimately walk through ends the day, and then you turn around and do it all over again.
You're from the area. Do you find that you're almost like the host for everybody, like on where to go and where to get stuff to eat and all that?
I had a lot of pressure to make sure I had some good food recs, and I realized, it's been a while since I've lived here, so I know the places I know the places my parents go. So I had a buddy who put together some food recommendations for us to share to the crew, which I think they've taken advantage of.
Was everybody just thinking I got to try a garbage plate, or do they not even know maybe what a garbage plate was?
I had no idea.
They had no idea?
It's funny when you get the reation of like, I tell you, and then I'm going to show you a picture, and you're just going to either you're going to be like wow, that, or you're going to be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I had a couple people try it, and they were big fans. Fans.
Very good. And then, of course, there's spots around. You're filming here, but is the Pittsford Dairy making an appearance? Everyone's wondering. They always talk about the milkshakes. They go for those. There's golf courses. We know got some players that are out there golfing. So the off-campus stuff.
Yeah, we will try to pop up. I think there's a strong chance Pittsford Dairy shows up. Golfing, we're hoping. We're still trying to figure out who that right person is to golf. But I think that's ultimately the goal of Rochester, and goal of like kind of you're in a different area for camp. So what are the things that make Rochester unique? And I have a good at least perspective of that. But I think what are players doing on that downtime to say, hey, we're away from our families. How are we just going to kill some time?
Yeah. All right. Pat Harris, lead director of HBO's Hard Knocks. First episode airs
August 5th. 9 p.m.
Yep.
9 p.m. And there's a sneak preview coming. There's a special showing as well locally, so people get a look at that. But August 5th, 9 p.m. Very good. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and best of luck throughout the process from here.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Thank you. Pat Harris, of lead director of Hard Knocks, here with Joe and I. We'll get a break in. Carl Jones joining us on the other side, talk a little football here. We expect the Bills in full pads today, so exciting day here from St. John Fisher, 9:45 to start practice, and we'll keep you rolling all through it here on WGR. Going to the weekend, we got a preview of all those new jerseys, the rivalries uniforms.
How much of a preview really was it? It was a little bit, right?
Well,
like we know the vibe you're going for, but we didn't get like a piece of one.
No, that's right. What we got was a little bit of a color scheme, if that.
Maybe. We saw the logo.
That's right. And you got conceptually what these rivalries uniforms are going for, which that's all well and good. The thing I would say is, are they going to run out of elements? The rivalries uniforms, wow. Listen, I'm excited about them. It does feel like an offshoot or some version of Captain Planet. I've got a desert team. I think the Jets are going to be a swamp team because the Bills are the cold team. New England's the nor'easter team. Okay. Well, Miami is the water team.
Yeah. Did you see New England's video?
The nor'easter. It's wind and like rain,
yeah, right.
storms.
It looks very similar to, but it's
Bills.
Snow. Like there is snow involved, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's very similar to the Bills one. Yeah.
Yeah. Seattle is a sound. Okay, that one's kind of cool. It does feel like, if I may, and I don't say this in a bad way, the attempted marvelization of the NFL.
Yeah.
Or everybody's got a superpower. Everybody's got some element. Every one of them looked pretty cool to me. The Rams are going to wear some like midnight black, maybe reverse, like almost like a negative picture where it's black with white numbers. Like, that thing might look nasty. The whole thing has me excited. And the Bills ones, I loved watching the players react to them just because cool. Shakir saying, well, this is different. Like, I like that.
Yeah.
Dawkins saying, look at the thing on its shoulder. What's that going to be? Like some sort of ice? I don't know. I'm into it. Coleman having a big day, like that's got to be great news. There's no other way to look at it than great news. That winning at training camp, Joe, is not what's going to win. But any indications that there's a lot in there, which we saw during the regular season last year, I feel like has got to be welcome news. So we'll talk about that with Joe Brady, get Sal's thoughts on that, Carl Jones as well. As we roll along this morning. So good day for Keon, and I like to hear that. Anytime you tell me a Bills receiver had a good day, I'm going to be happy about that.
Yeah. If there was one player I could tell you at the end of camp where we said blank had an amazing camp, would Coleman not be like one of the top 3 names that you would get to?
He would. I kind of
I think feel like the first week was more, what would you label it? Inconsistent.
Sure.
Inconsistent first week.
The thing I would say, and this will be like over the course of camp, because the types of ways he's winning, that's really a big key to me. You tell me he gets a back shoulder catch over Jamarcus Ingram, kind of turning in the corner, I think like, okay, I mean, last year at camp he did a lot of that. It's a ton of, not quite mossing guys, but just using size and boxing out. Winning on a goal ball, that's a little different to me. That's something they threw to him a lot last year, and it was not very productive. They threw a high percentage of go balls. In fact, do I remember the stat that he led the league in percentage of throws that were go balls last year?
I believe that's right.
And I don't know
percentage of his routes that were go balls.
Okay, yeah. And I don't know that that's going to be a repeat this year because they have a different skill set, a different group of wide receivers. But winning in a couple different ways, I think it comes down to for Coleman. You just know he's not going to be a do everything, but he doesn't have to be. He's have to do what they ask him to do really well and be a weapon where next time it's 3rd and 10 against the Chiefs on that final drive, I'm not throwing a screen to Amari Cooper. I'm comfortable throwing a deep out to Coleman because I know he can kind of box out, or maybe it's the back shoulder kind of throw on the sideline because the timing and the chemistry is there. Like, numbers, this, that, productive, whatever. I just want to know that the Bills have a couple weapons out there for Allen that when it comes down to the 3 plays that make a difference between going home and moving on to the next round, I've got a couple guys I can trust with that.
Training camp continued yesterday after an off day on Saturday. A few players not at practice, though. Linebacker Terrell Bernard and wide receiver Curtis Samuel, both absent due to hamstring injuries. Wide receiver Elijah Moore also missed practice with some general leg soreness, and the Bills activated tight end Dawson Knox and wide receiver Laviska Shenault off the non-football injury list. However, neither of them practiced. You can read more on yesterday's practice in Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Cleveland Browns quarterback competition had a bit of a shakeup over the weekend. Kenny Pickett suffered an apparent hamstring injury during Saturday's practice. The team didn't practice yesterday, and they plan to reevaluate the injury later this week and are hopeful for Pickett to return for preseason evaluations in games as the competition continues with Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin has reported to the team's training camp, but was immediately placed on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McLaurin's arrival doesn't necessarily mean progress on a deal. It is potentially being made, but more negotiation tactic from the player to avoid racking up fines from the NFL for not being at team facilities. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's nothing different than before. I feel like my urgency, attention to detail, nothing that's been different before, but just knowing that I got a mission at the end. This team want to win games, and ultimately me, I'm battling for a job, so I want to put my best foot forward and make sure that my teammates know that I'm accountable, I know my stuff, and they can rely on me in any situation in the game.
That's Tre'Davious White. We're back at Bills camp. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Coverage of training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. We welcome in Carl Jones, a man who might know the 90 as well as I do. From Cleveland to Syracuse to Rochester. Now you're in Buffalo. If I thought of this ahead of time, I would have had Joe put together a throughway trivia, you against me, because we know the 90, right?
I'm very grateful for all my stops on I-90. I'm just hopeful that this is as west as I go, because no disrespect to Erie, but I don't think I want to end up there anytime soon.
Fair enough. Carl from Channel 4 in Buffalo, and sitting with us here to talk a little football in Bills camp. Full pads today is the chatter, so as a former player yourself, ready for that?
I mean, I think about those days where I'm a little guy, so, us DBs, whatever, they got to throw us into the Oklahoma drill. You're like, this is real football again. I don't want to go in the drill more than twice, Coach. My neck and my shoulders aren't ready for all that. But this is the signal and the turn to being real football once again, which is exciting, especially for the front seven guys where they're tired of all the twisting and turning and they can't really put their paws on someone for real. I'm sure Deion Walker and TJ Sanders are going to get a real dose of what NFL football is like today.
All right, so full pads today for the Bills, we expect. Let's start with the secondary. Trey White there. We want to talk about Max Hairston. But how about Tre'Davious White? I like to point out that he's only been gone for a year, even though it feels like it's been a lot longer than that. What have you seen from him? Bills fans kind of come in with, obviously, a relationship with him before and hoping he does well, but maybe expecting to be a little bit, a little nervous about what it's ultimately going to look like. What have you seen?
I've seen a guy who looks quick. If you never told me he was hurt in the past, I would believe you. I think this Trey White thing can go one of two ways. One way is the fact that I've been in rooms with players, especially defensive backs, who have recovered from ACLs and Achilles tears, and although they are medically cleared by month 9 or 12 or whatever, they aren't psychologically themselves for another year and a half past that. So you're hopeful, if you're a Bills fan, if you're the coaching staff, that he's further removed from both of those season-ending injuries and he's more comfortable in his new normal. He's not worried about his knee while he's doing a normal 45-degree break out of the whatever zone he's in. Or it can go the other way, where he's getting closer to 30 and he just will never be the same. We won't really get that answer until we get closer and deeper into the regular season, because it's just tough when you're in camp and you're so fresh this time of year. But we really won't get that answer. But to this point, he looks fine to me.
One thing we talked about before we went on air was you're talking about how important it is to know what to do. You can be so athletic, but you got to know what to do. And in this defense, he's going to know what to do.
Yeah, he's so smart. I think that's one thing where if he did lose 10 to 15% of his athleticism because of the injuries, he may pick up some of that with how smart he is and how he knows, okay, with this route combination, I can fall off of here. And I don't necessarily need to be on top of every single route because I can expect what's coming. And I think that's what's so special the longer that you spend around the game of football, especially in this defense where Sean McDermott and Bobby Babbitt are going to give you every tool that's required to go out there and succeed. And knowing Trey White and what we've seen over the past 7-8 years with him, he's always going to be prepared every single time he steps out there on the field.
Do you feel like that kind of leads towards, if he does play, if he does end up starting, that it should look better than it would have last year with the Rams and with the Ravens, where he's being asked to do a lot of different things? I feel like the thing I read about the Rams was maybe they're the team, is them or Baltimore. It's super man-heavy, and when you're approaching that age and you've had major injuries, it feels like the scheme he's in now, the coaching he has now, is more suited to a guy that might be a little more limited than he used to be.
The Bills, as you guys know, run a ton of two-high stuff, which really protects your cornerbacks. So you're not doing a lot of twisting and turning down the field where it's going to put a lot of stress on your lower extremities. And that's no disrespect to a Christian Benford, who has shown in the past that he can play single high, two high, man all over the field. It doesn't matter. But I think that they do a really good job of not putting their cornerbacks on islands. And when you look back at his tenure in Los Angeles, he still was, about a year and a half removed from the Achilles, so that would probably played a part as well. But certain systems are a better stylistic fit for cornerbacks, and I think Los Angeles, they just put a lot on his plate that quite frankly, I don't think his skill set at this age is really ready for.
Hairston, year one, we've seen him for a couple of practices. You got minicamp as well. Have you been impressed? What do you think about his profile, how he fits the defense, and how he's showing what he can do?
I will say when we watch individual drill for the 10, 15 minutes or so, he really pops in just how explosive and how quick he is in and out of breaks. It's something little like that where maybe, a fan watching that goes like, oh, it's just normal normal drills that defensive backs are going through. But he just moves different than every player out there, which is exciting to see that when you see all the draft profiles that, okay, this kid is really quick and explosive. I'm happy that's translated to at least the individual portions of practice. And then there have been glimpses out there in the 11-on-11 portions. Obviously, the big pass breakup he had on day one was really cool, and the closing speed that he showed, you're like, okay, if that can translate, I guess it just remains to be seen how often that can pop up. Because, if you did it once, you can do it again, is what people like to say.
How does a player balance the pull to make a big play in practice versus not gambling and, if you're gambling too much in practice, I feel like they're not going to trust you out there in a game.
Yeah, I think that comes back to your preparation. And I remember talking to Rasul Douglas about this a ton because he's known as the player who gambles and takes chances. And he says that you're only going to get about 1 to 2 chances a game to get that look where you know what's coming or you got a good indication of what's coming to go shoot your shot. And I think that with Max Hairston, he's so young, he really doesn't know what's coming yet to this point. So he may not get so many chances to take chances and take gambles and things of that nature. So though maybe one time that he sees it every 2-3 days, that's where he should shoot his shot because right now everything's spinning. He doesn't know cover 3 from cover 2 at this point. So I think that once he gets more comfortable, maybe it becomes every 3 days and becomes every 2 days and then becomes every 11-on-11 period and from here on out from there.
Big test for him with the pads going on. I mean, just from his frame and the style of corner that he is, I feel like today will be worth watching to see if he's getting bodied by bigger receivers.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not just tackling. I think the one thing that comes with putting the pads on is also routes down the field. When you look at someone like a Keon Coleman, who, as we all know, the narrative on him, he's not a good separator. But one thing that he is good at is the chicken wing and using his arms to separate in that regard. Well, Max Hairston, let's be conservative here. Let's say 185 pounds, Keon north of 200. How are you maneuvering with the Keon Coleman down the field at slant routes in press? I'm interested to see how he looks in one-on-ones where a guy can just put his hand on your back hip and just throw you by. How do you get back into a route in that way? So I think not necessarily tackling. I mean, that's just going to show up on game days, and we'll find that out. But it is also important how he just holds up physically and routes down the field.
Carl Jones, Channel 4 in Buffalo, joining us here from St. John Fisher. As you swing it over to wide receiver, you're talking about Coleman there and how he can use the chicken wing. He wanted to get stronger this offseason. Is that a reason why, basically? Like, all right, you got to lean fully into the kind of receiver that you are. And if you're going to be a big body guy, you got to have NFL strength to throw that corner when you need to.
I mean, the Bills have said all offseason they want him to be an outside X receiver. I don't know if that's really the archetype best for him going forward, but like, hey, if this is the way that they want him to be utilized, all those big guys on the perimeter are strong. You're not going to get bodied by any outside cornerbacks. I think back to those Ravens games, right, where Brandon Stevens, has them close to the sidelines, and Keon quite doesn't have the strength to get him off of them. I think examples like that, where you not necessarily wait, but just get a little stronger, a little bit more explosive in those actions, that will really help you out down the line. Because let's be frank here, out of those contested catches, you need to make 2 out of every 3, 2 out of every 4 to be a consistent player down the field in that regard. So I think those are the areas where, like, hey, get a little more explosive, get a little stronger, and that's where you can excel a little bit.
How do you feel about Kincaid for that? Is that because play strength and really just building on his frame was what the GM and the coach even talked about at the end of the season? But is that maybe for different reasons? You feel like that's more just to not get injured basically and do the things that a tight end is being asked to do compared to Coleman? It feels like it could be for different reasons.
The Dalton Kincaid conversation is so fascinating to me because I think you have to put him in a separate bucket from the traditional tight end. When you think of the normal wide tight end, he's not that. He is not I'm trying to think of guys around the league. He's not a Trey McBride. He's not guys like that where you can put them in line and just ask them to be a 6th offensive lineman, not every down, obviously, not every snap, but here and there to at least give off the illusion that the run play looks the exact same from the past. I don't want to put him in the Kelsey role because Kelsey will do it as well, where he will block if needs be, especially on the backside of things. So I think that when you're asking Kincaid to play like that F role, right, where he's always lined up against the backside linebacker or the safety or whatever, he's never going to be strong enough to do that, to block down ends. That's just never his frame, and the Bills didn't draft him to do that. But if you can be a guy like a Brock Bowers, like, for example, Brock Bowers lines up at receiver. He doesn't really play tight end for the Raiders, but what makes Brock Bowers so special, he's so strong and explosive down the field, in and out of breaks. I'm watching guys, linebackers and safety, trying to put their hands on Brock Bowers, and it's nothing they can do about it because he's so strong and so explosive. I would love to see the next step with Dalton Kincaid down the field. He's not getting hemmed up by a safety, not getting hemmed up by a linebacker because he's gotten that much stronger in his lower half to get in and out of breaks.
How much of that step is him, work he has to do, and how much of it is Joe Brady finding, as you're talking about Coleman and what they want him to do and how it might not be exactly what he's best suited for. Like, the Bills have their pieces and they like how they use them. So how is that Joe Brady's job for Kincaid?
I think it's going to be the most fascinating part, at least for the first half of the season, because I personally believe that Coleman's best utilized in the slot. Same thing with Dalton Kincaid, obviously Khalil Shakir as well. So how in the world are they going to maneuver all of those parts where they got some pieces that I think will be useful in an offense? The problem is they're all on the same offense, so how do you move around those interchangeable parts? That'd be huge for Joe Brady because, I mean, when you have Dalton Kincaid as the only tight end on the field, the jig is up. You guys are leaning into some type of pass or you're running away from him. So I think how you put him out there without giving a tall tale sign of like, hey, this is the play that we're running, that's what Joe Brady gets paid the big bucks for.
Carl Jones with us here at Bills training camp. What any other of the receivers that you are excited about through the first week of camp? Samuel's already got the hamstring injury, and that's not great. But the new guys, Palmer, Moore, what stood out to them about you?
I think Josh Palmer just moves really smooth. I think that's the one thing that you see on film. You saw against the entire AFC West over the last 4 years or so, and I think that's kind of translated out here at St. John Fisher as well, where he's a guy that's not super explosive. He's not going to run past anyone consistently, but I've seen reps here and there where it's like, hey, he can have a nice end breaker and get in front of a cornerback if need be here and there. And I think that's the cool stuff that you see it on film and you're like, oh, I can see snippets here and there in the Bills offense. Is he going to be some reliable star receiver, got to have it on every single 3rd and 6? I don't think so, but I also don't think they're expecting that of him either.
What happens with James Cook? Prediction time. What's going to happen? How's it going to play out? You can go season, contract. What do you think?
Because season might be easy at this point, right? Like, season he's just going to play, right?
Yeah.
A good season. Because I'll make this. Yeah. I don't buy the case about touchdown regression in the way that it's usually talked about because he hit big, long ones, and I think he still will. And like he showed a knack when in tight, too, with the 5. Big plays in the Chiefs game. Like, I feel like Cook's going to have the same season. And if the touchdown drop happens, he's not going to go from like 16 to 3.
Right.
He's a guy. And the way they run the ball, how well they run the ball, returning their entire offensive line, I feel like I should expect Cook to do the same thing.
Yeah, I don't see anything short of another really, really good season from James Cook back there. The offensive line and just the ecosystem is just so well constructed that I'm not trying to say you can throw any back in there and they'll be okay, but I think with how they're constructed and his skill set that he brings to the table is like a match made in heaven where, like, hey, they're very powerful and they can move guys and displace players. And then also with that displacement, you have a really explosive back behind you that can take that crease and take it to the house.
He's not one that is I feel like there are not as many comps in the league for him as people might think. He's kind of a unique back.
Yeah, when he came out of Georgia, everyone had this receiving back that can play on third down, this not Darren Sproles, but, guys of that ilk were like, hey, put him out there, a receiver, he can get you 60, 70 catches a season. Come to find out, like, he's a okay guy out of the backfield, but you wouldn't call him Christian McCaffrey by any means. And then he also has his limitations in pass pro, which is the whole argument this offseason about do you pay him or do you not. So he's a very fascinating back where he's a smaller one that's really explosive, yet he's not like a big third down back as well. There's not many archetypes like that.
Yeah. Back to the defense for a moment. We didn't get on Cole Bishop with you at all. Is it hard to decipher whether a safety is, like if I were to ask you what kind of week he's had, what kind of camp Cole Bishop has had, is safety a tougher position to really figure out how a guy is doing?
Yeah, because it's so hard, and I've had this belief where, like, it's really hard to judge training camp practices on a singular basis. You need a week, 2 weeks to really judge a player because you don't know the emphasis for that day in terms of what they're asking. Like, hey, today's a heavy blitz day, a heavy third down day. We're going to implement a new scheme or a new technique. With safeties, I mean, you're the last line of defense, and a lot of times with these guys thudding up and blowing the whistle quick, the ball never gets to the safety. I think the one thing that I'm paying attention to with Cole Bishop, they've talked about it all year in terms of communication, pre-snap. How comfortable does he look looking back at Taylor Rapp, looking next to his whatever cornerbacks in front of him, looking at Terrell Bernard, with the verbal and nonverbal as well. When you're that comfortable, we're like, hey, whatever motion that's happening in front of you, you're doing a hand signal, you're communicating. That's a player who's very comfortable, and I believe that Sean McDermott and Bobby Babbitt will coach him up to at least be in the right spot. Sundays we'll find out if he can make those plays once he's there.
And if that happens, I mean, the chess pieces they have at their disposal, Michael Hoyt, 3 linebackers this year if they want to employ that. I don't know what that would look like with Bishop, but it feels like with his size and athletic profile, they could do things with him that maybe they've never been able to do with. Not to say Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer weren't athletic, right, but Bishop's just got a bigger frame.
Yeah, I think the Bills' defense this year, I'm hopeful at least because it makes our jobs a little bit more fun that they can lean into this multiple thing where I think over the past few years, the Bills have been really good at what they do. They live in this zone world, this too-high world where they're going to be played death by 1,000 cuts where we're going to rely on you to make a mistake. Well, if we got Michael Hoyt doing some funky things up front and we have Cole Bishop that can go deep high in the hole, we got cornerbacks like a Max Harrison who can play 9 yards off but drive on slants. That's a lot of creative fun that I know Sean McDermott and Bobby Babbitt have been clamoring to bring here. And if that comes together, that's where you get that multiple defense, where it doesn't matter what style of offense we play, we feel comfortable playing in that world.
Carl Jones joining us here from St. John Fisher. You see him on Channel 4. You see him on, well, you're on One Bills Live too, right? Filling a couple times?
Yeah, I filled it in a couple times. They tapped me in out of the bullpen for Brownie one of those days, and same thing with Steve Tasker. I had a whole lot of fun for sure.
Yes, not bad. Any thoughts on Syracuse football? You want to give us Joe?
I asked you guys before. You guys didn't sound as optimistic as I thought.
Listen,
I thought Fran Brown was like building like a star program there.
I'll start. Everything's going great, but last year we got Kyle McCord, who was amazing.
All right, who's the quarterback this year?
I don't know.
Not as good?
He's a Notre Dame transfer competing against, I think, third-string LSU quarterback transfer. So not quite Kyle McCord, but
all right.
I trust him a little bit. The schedule's brutal, though. Brutal.
Yeah.
And I think even if we're better in terms of the future as a program, the record may not reflect it because when you got to go to Clemson, Notre Dame, we got North Carolina coming to town. Forgot about Tennessee.
Was with the first game.
I mean, come on. This is not fair to a little Syracuse. But we're going to find a way. Best believe that. We're going to find a way.
Tough schedule means if they play amazing, then we can talk about, like, what's the playoff this year? Is it 12 again or is it 16?
I don't even know.
We're still 12. I mean,
12?
Optimistic CJ, I'll see you guys in the playoff come early December for sure.
It's 12 this year, then it's 16, right? Next year?
They still doing,
they're adding whatever.
Yeah, they doing whatever.
They'll be in a different conference by then anyway.
Yeah. Well, you never know. It hasn't gone well since going to the ACC, really, right? I mean, it's been fine. Basketball is where we that's tough. ACC, sensitive subject. All right, Carl. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys, man.
Always a pleasure. We're going to break in. Carl Jones, Channel 4 in Buffalo. You can follow him on Twitter. Follow his work. Always does great stuff. We're going to break in. Full pads expected today, and Joe Brady at 9:15 here sitting with us on WGR. Yesterday, take us through yesterday's practice. It's among other things, we got injuries to kind of monitor. Terrell Bernard, Curtis Samuel, hamstring issues for them. Do we have an idea of timelines? Any idea of how that might look right now?
No timelines on Terrell Bernard or Curtis Samuel. Good news on Tyrell Shavers. That was the one that was really not great looking. It was like right in front of me towards the end of practice. In fact, it wound up being the last play of practice.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers catches a pass, really kind of one-handed against Max Hairston. Hairston's right on him, still jostling, for a step or two after the ball's caught, And as they kind of came to the ground together, you could immediately see Shavers roll. Something happened. He grabbed his right ankle. Like, oh, this is not good. He was in a lot of pain. Athletic trainers came out, tended to him, and then the cart came out. Later, Alina Getzenberg of ESPN reported low ankle sprain.
Yep.
Should be fine overall, right? Whatever that means. Does he practice today? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Caden Prather, 7th-round draft pick. I saw him go into the training tent with a pretty noticeable limp yesterday. He came out with a wrap on his left thigh. On the field, stayed on the field, did not take another rep. Dawson Knox was activated yesterday. That means he'll be ready to play today. I doubt he would put on pads right away, but you never know. But he'll be out. He was activated off the NFI. That's great news. Same thing with Laviska Shenault, who really needs to get on the field. I mean, Laviska Shenault needs to play, right, if he wants to make this team. He was activated off NFI yesterday. The guys you talked about, though, no, nothing. And then Elijah Moore did start practice. He left with general soreness, so I wouldn't.
Okay.
That shouldn't be too alarming. I think obviously today we'll be monitoring, if Bernard is out there, if Samuel's out there, and who's the other one? Dorian Williams still hasn't practiced.
Coleman having a big day, that's got to be great news. There's no other way to look at it than great news that winning at training camp, Joe, is not what's going to win. But any indications that there's a lot in there, which we saw during the regular season last year, I feel like has got to be welcome news. So we'll talk about that with Joe Brady, get Sal's thoughts on that, Carl Jones as well. As we roll along this morning. So good day for Keon, and I like to hear that. Anytime you tell me a Bills receiver had a good day, I'm going to be happy about that.
Yeah. If there was one player I could tell you at the end of camp where we said blank had an amazing camp, would Coleman not be one of the top 3 names that you would get to?
He would. I kind of
I think feel like the first week was more, what would you label it? Inconsistent?
Sure.
Inconsistent first week.
The thing I would say, and this will be over the course of camp, because the types of ways he's winning, that's really a big key to me. You tell me he gets a back shoulder catch over Jamarcus Ingram, kind of turning in the corner, I think okay. I mean, last year at camp he did a lot of that. It's a ton of, not quite mossing guys, but just using size and boxing out. Winning on a goal ball, that's a little different to me. That's something they threw to him a lot last year, and it was not very productive. They threw a high percentage of go balls. In fact, do I remember the stat that he led the league in percentage of throws that were go balls last year?
I believe that's right.
And I don't know
percentage of his routes that were go balls.
Okay,
yeah.
And I don't know that that's going to be a repeat this year because they have a different skill set, a different group of wide receivers. But winning in a couple different ways, I think it comes down to for Coleman. You just know he's not going to be a do everything, but he doesn't have to be. He's have to do what they ask him to do really well and be a weapon where next time it's 3rd and 10 against the Chiefs on that final drive, I'm not throwing a screen to Amari Cooper. I'm comfortable throwing a deep out to Coleman because I know he can kind of box out, or maybe it's the back shoulder kind of throw on the sideline because the timing and the chemistry is there. Numbers, this, that, productive, whatever. I just want to know that the Bills have a couple weapons out there for Allen that when it comes down to the 3 plays that make a difference between going home and moving on to the next round, I've got a couple guys I can trust with that. This is the unofficial song of Happy Gilmore, right? Tuesday's Gone?
I don't think it's unofficial. I think it is
official. Is it in the sequel?
It is in the sequel.
All right. Joe's about to give us the review of Happy Gilmore 2, which I have heard a couple different reviews. One, it's the worst movie ever.
Uh-huh.
I can't believe it got greenlit.
Uh-huh.
It's terrible.
Uh-huh.
People should be fired. And 2, it's totally fine. It was funny. It was great. So
it is all relative to what your expectations are going in.
Okay.
If you are going into Happy Gilmore 2, knowing it's going to be stupid, knowing that it's going to be insane, and knowing that Adam Sandler, I mean, this is what he does at this point in his career, doesn't he? Or was this always true? He's just getting his friends in a movie. He wants to pack as many of his friends into a movie as he can. Like in this one, both of his daughters play key roles. His wife is in it. So, like, he wants his family to be in it. If you go in with that mindset, it's fine. It's a harmless, fun movie. If you are expecting it to be like a top sports movie of all time, then you're gonna be sorely mistaken.
Okay.
So that's my review. Go into it with an open mind, and know that it's gonna be dumb, but that's what it's supposed to be. Tons of cameos. Like, every 5 seconds. That might have been the people's biggest complaint. It's like, you can't keep up with it. The golfers that are in it.
All right, let me ask you
Scotty
this.
Scheffler, I think, might have a case for being the funniest of the cameos in it. He's great.
I've got a thought, a theory. Again, I have not seen it, but how much of your it's totally fine if you don't expect much and it's bad is lifted up by you didn't have to pay for it and go to the theater.
That
you
helps.
just watch it on your couch.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, you're like, it stinks.
That helps a little bit.
But if you would just drop
helps a little bit.
$20 and then $15 for popcorn,
Sure.
and you're sitting somewhere $35 deep being like, this stinks. That's not the same as being on your couch. Your couch allows you to just kind of be like, yeah, it's fine.
I don't even know if I would have said it stinks, though. It's so ridiculous that it ends up kind of being funny in that way.
Okay.
That it's so ridiculous. It's so over the top. The golf parts of it are like, if I tried to explain to you the golf scenes that are in this movie, like, I don't even think, like, your mind would melt on like the final golf scene. Like, you don't have any concept of until you actually watch the movie.
Considering this is coming from an original where the winning putt of the championship is putted around a television tower that has fallen on the green.
I think that the winning putts and final hole in Happy Gilmore 2 are more ridiculous than the winning putt in Happy Gilmore 1.
Fair.
Also, 2 minutes in, without spoiling anything, within 2 minutes, you're going to stand up off your couch and go, wait, what? There's like a shock moment like within the first couple of minutes.
Okay.
That I was not ready for.
Happy Gilmore 2.
At all. Yeah, I would recommend it. You should watch it. A lot of nostalgia. So much nostalgia. There's callbacks to every part of the first movie.
Okay. We'll get a break in Chubbs and the alligator. Everybody, yeah. Anyway,
there's a Chubbs callback.
Of course, we'll get a break in. Joe Brady joins us on the other side of the break. 9:15. We're expecting to have the Bills' offensive coordinator come sit down with us and chat with us. So stay tuned for that. Join us on YouTube. Join us on the stream. Join us anywhere. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher here on WGR. How does this all work? So you're day-to-day. You guys are out here filming all the time. How much work goes in before anybody even shows up at training camp? Just kind of contact with the Bills, planning things. Do you ask about a certain set of players? Do you ask their opinion on who's interesting? To try and find the storylines that you end up covering, how do you ultimately arrive there?
It starts with, we usually do a little, put together a research packet. We get to know the players. We do, look at social medias and kind of familiarize ourselves. There's 5 directors, including myself, that'll just kind of hey, here's who we got. So we have an idea of personalities, storylines, and then a lot of it's, once we get to camp, we keep that in the back of our head, and then we just kind of keep our eyes open and listen, because the one thing I never like is staying on, hey, we reread this, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. We have to keep sticking to this when in reality it's not true. So we try to do some homework. I think definitely talking with the team, talking with the PR staffs gives us a good idea of just different personalities and characters that are on the team that we might not know about. Hey, just because this guy doesn't post on social media doesn't mean he's not a good personality. But we usually like to come in with a little homework done and being ready to roll.
Yeah, and you said you think it's a good year for the Bills. Do you feel like as you're going through this, we've talked about this offseason, this team feels like it's Josh Allen who's the MVP, and then there's a lot of good players that maybe aren't superstars, household names, for every football fan around the league. Can that almost play to your benefit, though, like telling the story of players that are meaningful and are good players on this team that, again, aren't guys that you're seeing in the Pro Bowl or getting all the All-Pro accolades every single year?
I think it opens us up to tell the story of really anybody and everybody, because I think I'm kind of jaded, being dialed into the Bills and everything about them, but trying to listen to coworkers that, hey, they know the Bills because they watch them on Sunday Night Football or they've seen them play the Chiefs, whatever reason is, but know that I'm pretty in tune, but the rest of the world might not be with players like that. That all of a sudden, hey, we know Deion Dawkins is an incredible personality, is people that know the Bills. Let's show the world, everybody, there's a lot of players that I think fall under that line that really the world can see how incredible football players, but also people they are.
Good morning, Bills. Training camp continued on yesterday after a day off on Saturday. A few players missing practice yesterday for some minor injuries. Linebacker Terrell Bernard and wide receiver Curtis Samuel both absent with hamstring injuries. Wide receiver Elijah Moore also missed some practice with some general leg soreness. Bills also activated tight end Dawson Knox and wide receiver Laviska Shenault from the non-football injury list. However, neither of them practiced yesterday. You can read more on yesterday's practice in Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealers today. Elsewhere in the NFL, Friday evening, first-round pick Shamar Stewart finally signed his rookie deal with the Cincinnati Bengals, a fully guaranteed deal at $18.9 million, with $10 million at signing. Stewart then began practicing with the team over the weekend. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin has finally reported the team's training camp, but was immediately placed on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McLaurin's arrival doesn't necessarily mean progress on a deal being made, but it could be more of a negotiation tactic from the player who now avoids racking up more fines from the NFL for not being at team facilities during training camp. The Cleveland Browns quarterback competition got a bit of a shakeup over the weekend. Kenny Pickett suffered an apparent hamstring injury during Saturday's practice. The team did not practice yesterday, and they plan to reevaluate the injury later in the week. Said they're hopeful for Pickett to return in time for preseason evaluations against Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. The Buffalo Sabres signed a new contract yesterday. Sabres signed defenseman Connor Timmins to a 2-year, $2.2 million deal, avoiding going to arbitration. The team acquired Timmins in a trade on day 2 of the NHL draft, which sent Connor Clifton and a second-round pick to the Pittsburgh Penguins. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
He has been somebody that I've been leaning on tremendously. Just his mental game and taking care of himself mentally is at such a high level that's been something that I've worked on for a while now. So just asking him questions on how he stays strong mentally. And, this game is 99% mental, so you got to have that right in order to go out there and perform physically. So I've been leaning on him heavy, and obviously he's a baller as well. And same with Palm. Bigger dude, baller as well, physical when he plays, great dude all around. So that whole receiver room every single year is just great dudes gelling together to go out there and make plays for each other.
That is Khalil Shakir. Meanwhile, real quick, checking the old Venmo account right here.
I got to get a number.
I have not seen the clip, but I've been alerted that in speaking with Matt Perino, Brandon Bean did use the phrase wide receiver train, which means I win a bet.
You do.
Maybe I'll just give him the 20.
You kind of influenced. Well, not really.
How so? I just said he would say it.
I just need give me a number. I don't know what number's on that bet board. We don't have it in
20 or
front of me.
25.
The whiteboard I'm looking at right now says $10.
Oh, $10.
No,
I'm not there. I didn't.
Or actually,
it was 10.
The way it's written says Jeremy White, yes, 25. Joe, 10. It doesn't have anything written next to Joe. So I'm assuming 25.
I got it at plus 250. That's what happened.
That's 25.
That's 25. Let's go. Thank you.
See, this is the key. The key to Jeremy winning these bets is he doesn't put a timestamp on them. They just live forever until he finally says it. 10 years from now, I could have been owing him $25. It would have still been up there.
That's true. That is true.
All right, there you go. Here's
the check cleared
now.
Anyway, he spoke with Matt Perino about the whole thing. I've only been told about it. I've go and check it for sure. Matt had a conversation with him, so we'll dig into it. All right. So back here at training camp, it is going to be a full pads day. So that's what we've been told. Full pads day, which is people like that kind of thing.
More contact.
The pads popping.
Yeah. Just everybody stay healthy, right?
Everybody stay healthy.
Everybody stay healthy. Pete Prisco from CBS was doing his tour around the I think is he coming here? I think he's coming here at some point.
He is.
He's doing his tour around different training camps. Was at Miami yesterday. And while at Dolphins camp, went on national television and said that he believes that the Dolphins are the worst team in the AFC East.
Then he was escorted out.
Is that crazy?
No, that's not crazy.
The Jets they're the Jets, right? The Dolphins have. Do you know the last time the Dolphins have had a season where they've won fewer than 8 games? It's been a while.
They're like the low-key Steelers.
They're kind of low-key like the Steelers. So the Dolphins' win totals by year, going backwards, 8, 11, 9, 9, 10. 5 years in a row. And then before that, you get to that first Brian Flores year, but that's 6 years ago now, where they're down at the bottom. And I kind of want to believe that they could finish last, too. I'm just wondering if this is one of those where everybody is saying it, everybody seems to be on the same page, and we've gone a little bit too far with it. That they have to be bad this year. They still have Tua. They still have good weapons. I think I'm seeing a lot on how bad their defensive personnel is. Worst secondary in the league. They just signed a corner this weekend who might start for them immediately. They almost signed Rasul Douglas to do the same thing. So I don't know. Part of me wants to think, no, they're going to be bad. Another part wants to say, no, this is all. It's gone a little too far. They're still going to be, an 8-9 win team that's on the bubble come December.
Well, one thing working to their advantage, and again, I know you play who you play, but when you lay it all out, one of the things, who's the team we did this with? The Giants. You're like, well, maybe the Giants can be scrappy with a good pass rush and Russell Wilson. And then you look at their schedule, and they can start 0-10.
It's murderous row.
Here's flip side. Here's the Dolphins. What could the Dolphins do? Opener, Colts.
Very winnable.
Patriots.
Easily winnable.
Patriots.
Winnable.
Bills.
Not winnable.
Jets.
Not for them.
Jets.
Yeah, winnable.
Panthers.
They're favored in most of those games.
Right.
Panthers, winnable.
That's 4-1. Maybe not 4-1. After that, it's the chart.
3-2 at work. 3-2 feels like they should at least be 3-2.
Okay.
And 4-1 feels more likely to me than 2-3.
Chargers at home. This is a battle of teams you don't believe in.
Yeah, I know. I would think the Chargers beat them though.
After that, though, it's the Browns and the Falcons.
Both winnable. Browns more so, but
they could get to the halfway point of the season, and then it picks up. From there, the Dolphins go Ravens, Bills, Commanders, Saints, Jets, Steelers, Bengals, Bucks, Patriots.
Right.
The second half of Miami's schedule, I think it could easily be 6-3 and finish 7-9.
Yep.
7-10, whatever it is.
And then the other problem, of course, is, and this is known about them now, but their whole thing hinges on the most injury-prone quarterback in the league staying healthy. And I don't know. I'm reading a lot about how bad their offensive line might be this year, and that seems like a problem because you got an offense that is so tailored to the quarterback that it kind of seems like it's too complicated for any backup to come in and execute it, and your line's not good, and the guy your whole offense has to be run within 2 seconds. Why does Jonnu Smith lead them in catches last year? Because the ball's got to come out so fast because they're so afraid to just have Tua stand back there in the pocket. There's so many things that Joe Brady and the Bills can do. There's so many things that all these other top offenses in the league can do that I just feel like Mike McDaniel can't even consider them because he cannot risk the guy going down. And it's happened every year of his career going back to college except for one.
I'm trying to find the right comparison here. I don't know who to look for. Tua, in games that Tua starts.
Yeah.
The record for Miami, they've never been under 500.
It's good.
He's 38-24 in games he's started.
Okay.
So
that's very good.
Who's the right quarterback to check on that? Like, is that better than Justin Herbert? It's not going to be as good.
The record's going to be better.
Yeah,
right?
You're probably
Definitely,
right.
definitely going to be better.
And I know it's not all QB wins. I get that, but the point is, you mentioned he's an injury-prone quarterback. 2 years ago, he played every game. He made it through the whole season. They went 11-6. Last year, he missed 6 games. They went 6-5 when he played. So
Herbert's record 41-38.
Yeah, 3 games over 500. Where Tua is 14 games over.
Yep.
And I know QB wins not all just that.
No, that's right.
But when he plays, they win a lot.
And you have to count though that games played by year 10, 13, 13, 17, 11. Like almost
one full season.
You've got a plan almost that he's going to miss 4 games.
Yeah.
Like more likely than not, he's going to miss 4 games if not more. And again, the evidence there has been it sounds like it's because of the design of the offense and how complicated it is, or I don't know what it is, but that when he goes out, you are not seeing backups come in and be able to execute it at all, no matter who they've put in. And that's a problem, because if you've got to have your backup play 4 games a year, then you need someone to get you 2 wins out of that, and they haven't had that.
See Joe Brady walking over right here. Bill's offensive coordinator will pop down with us. We'll chat for a few minutes before today's appears to be fully padded practice. So, that changes the game a little bit. Coverage of training camp here from St. John Fisher is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Joe Brady, Bill's offensive coordinator, joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. What's going on, guys?
We're hanging out. It's a nice day. It's going to be a hot one again. How are you?
I'm great. I'm fantastic. First day in pads, baby. Here we go.
All right.
Yeah,
confirmed. Finally confirmed. We'd heard it a couple different places. First day in pads. So
there you go. That's what I break the news.
Yeah. So what does that mean for you? Like you say, good day to do that?
Yeah, it's football. Look, at the end of the day, I know this. Don't get me wrong. OTAs, the first 4 practices are extremely important and everything, but like football's played with your hands and the pads, and you learn a lot about guys, right? Like the physicality, the way they play. Can they still play with technique? So once these start going, that's when you get to see a lot.
I was going to ask if it's more exciting for the offensive guys or the defensive guys, but I feel like you seem pretty excited about it. So who's more excited?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think that if you're a football player, you wake up today knowing that your pads are on, you get to finally play some football. But look, it's pretty tough running the football when you're just in helmets, right? And so you just really kind of just promote the technique and everything. But right now you get to see the level of physicality, and now it's kind of real football. And so, you always see that first day, like, are guys amped up? What's the energy like? Should be good, but now it's about, can guys play under control now that the pads are on and the anxiety and the stress are kind of rolling.
Yeah, and around the league, I think I saw Atlanta had a padded practice. They had a bunch of fights. Like this time in camp, most teams kind of wait a couple practices in. So around the league, maybe tempers flare in this scenario.
Yeah, and I'm sure you always know the type of guys and who's usually the ones that are probably going to start it or whatnot. But it's football, and tempers get going. There's that level of physicality. You'd rather toe the line than and get guys to go, as opposed to having to hold them back, then tell them to get going. So I'm excited for today.
Bill's offensive coordinator Joe Brady joining us. Before we get to the what's going on right now, what does your offseason look like? What do you do when you step away? How much time do you take away, and what are you doing with your time?
Yeah, usually you don't really get away after the season. You finally get to kind of meet my wife again, meet my son again. You kind of go into hibernation for the whole season, but fortunately in the NFL, like, we don't have that off season. We just kind of get going and get ready for the next season. So, but this past month, I always try to kind of clear my brain. And so my wife, my son, we went down to the beach in Florida, and just to kind of relax, get your mind right, and come back. But outside of that, you're kind of nonstop football all the way through.
Is it just lay on the beach, read a book, play golf? Like, what is it for you?
Yeah, no, it's literally chase my 2.5-year-old around. So try to give my wife some help. And look, I'm as pale as it gets. So me and the son aren't really great friends, but look, I had a lot of fun just kind of change the scenery, just switching it up, and kind of get that antsy when you get on that flight back home. You land in Buffalo, it's ready to go.
When you look back at last year, do you think about full picture? Do you think about all the success? Do you think about what might have been different? Like, when you look back and think about it, how do you view it?
Look, I think there's a bunch of different ways you can kind of view it. You can sit there. You can look at all the success, all the how our guys played well, the ways that some guys came in and how they were able to adapt in the offense and kind of fit. You can look at when plays didn't work, or opportunities that we have that it didn't. And so it's I think the biggest thing is when we go through our season and we look back at the season, we don't just focus on the good or only focus on the bad, because I think then you lose sight of the big picture. There were some times where some really good plays, but happened that the scheme might have been terrible, and we just have a freak quarterback, or there might have been some plays that might not have went well and the execution wasn't good enough. But if I got in that situation again, would I call the same play? And so really just take an opportunity to just kind of dive in and just kind of look at everything in a whole. And one thing I can tell you, we obviously have to get better, right? And so we're starting all over right now, having to go earn it, and hopefully we're better this year than we were last.
Is that reflection any different for you compared to maybe this time last year? You were the interim coordinator. Before that, it wasn't the whole season, versus you get a whole year to look at how it went. So is that any different for you personally?
Well, I think you get, I think the biggest difference was the opportunity of what the beginning of last offseason looked like compared to the beginning of this offseason. You're kind of focusing on this offseason as you still have an opportunity to look back. Hey, what can we change? What are we going to do differently? We have a lot of guys back compared to last season, in terms of understanding kind of the vision for how some of these guys are already utilizing their skill sets and trying to put together where last year there was a lot of receivers, offensive line, new running backs. Like, it was just putting it all together. This year we kind of have a better feel of who some of the guys are, and now how can we expand on it, or some of the new pieces kind of put them into it.
Yeah, the continuity point, like there's a couple new receivers in. How unique is that for your career, college and pro, to have like all the linemen seem to be the same, the quarterback room, like it feels like a huge portion of that offensive roster is the same people.
Yeah, I think, look, anytime you can have continuity, especially if the people that you had back work together well. There was, they enjoy being around each other and they understand how each other kind of plays, especially at the offense line and the quarterback position, right? Like, that's the two most important, right? Or, skills. And so I think that's huge for the guys. But at the same time, sometimes we can have the tendency of like, hey, the guys are back, so we know we're good at this, or hey, the guys are back, so we can kind of get complacent and feel like we got to do something with some of the other guys. And it's like, no, like, we can't lose sight on kind of what got us to whatever point we ended up getting to last year. And so fortunately we got the right type of guys here in the character, so it makes my life a lot easier.
Bill's offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, as you say, we got to get better. Is there a thing you want to get better? You could say more points, you could say better efficiency, but was there something in the offense last season you felt like we could use a dash of whatever it might be, intermediate passing game, vertical passing game, runs in the red zone? Like, are there any things that you're kind of keying in on where you would like to be better?
There's plenty. I'd be lying to you if I felt comfortable like kind of showing, spreading it out there, because that's obviously something that we gotta, grow this year. But look, we obviously have tendencies. You put, like you're saying, coming back off of the previous season, I only called so many games. Now I have a full season, and so it's like when the more that you put stuff on tape, the more that people understand how you might call a game and how, how your guys kind of play. And so there's so many elements that we can get better at, and we just have to make sure that we're not only focusing on those and then losing sight on the things that we did well. And so that's where I kind of always feel it, of not just losing sight on that. And sometimes you look at the end of a season, you're like, man, we were so good at that 2 years ago. Why weren't we good at this past year? And it's like, did we still put the same emphasis on it? And so that's the delicate balance. But I hope there's a lot of things that you guys see next season that it's like, hey, that was an improvement on the previous season.
What kind of role can you play in helping Josh develop chemistry with the target? Sometimes we watch, we think, oh, he's got it with that guy, and maybe with this guy over here, whether he's new or they're just trying to get improved chemistry. I'm thinking about Josh and Dalton Kincaid. How can you help make the chemistry kind of really hit?
Well, I think sometimes it's just starting the dialogue, and I think that's some of the biggest growth that Josh has just had in general, is just communicating with the wide receivers exactly how he sees it. You see him after practice kind of working it. So we might be out at practice, and I might call a play with the intent of getting Dalton Kincaid the ball. And whether whether it was a completion or not, sometimes the incompletions are some of the best things. And I know it sounds awful. And look, don't get me wrong, in games I want the completions. I'll take a bad-looking play that ends well. But right now, some of it is, man, Josh needed to feel that type of throw of like, hey, now we can talk through what that ball. So when we get into the film, it's like, next time we get in this situation, Dalton, this is where that ball has to go. I don't want you to do anything differently. Sometimes people have a tendency, if the ball wasn't completed, the receiver naturally feels like they have to do something differently. And so right now, him getting a feel of understanding what kind of ball do I have to throw to Keon Coleman as opposed to the type of ball I have to throw to Josh Palmer. And so working through those, I always call him, I'm one of Josh's biggest fans, but I'm also one of his biggest haters. And sometimes when when bad happens in training camp, sometimes that's really a positive for me, and I kind of smile. I'm like, all right, that's good, because we're going to be able to talk through that. And so I have to just make sure I'm consistently saying on it, and I'm putting him in stressful situations so that he can make the decisions to be able to then have that communication. On
the decision-making, one thing I've wondered is the turnovers from last year. 8 turnovers last year, fewest since the merger, which, congrats on that. Anything that ends with fewest since the merger is usually pretty impressive. How repeatable do you see that being? Maybe not to be right at 8, but to have an offense that either the way it's built or the players themselves are at the top of the league or near the top of the league and not turning the ball over.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, after the first drive last year, we were on pace to break the all-time record for turnovers because we fumbled on the first drive of the season, strip sack. So to be able to do as well as we did, giving up the least amount of sacks and turnovers after the first drive was a pretty good improvement. I think at the end of the day, it's stressing it. It's important. Look, turnovers are going to happen. There's going to be sometimes guys make good plays, and sometimes we might not have turned the ball over, but it was a turnover-worthy play. And, so sometimes even when we're watching tape, we can't just focus on the result of it, where it's like, hey, I know the DB dropped it, so we're good. Like, no, that was a turnover. And I think it's important to the guys. We understand if we don't turn the ball over, we're going to win a lot of football games and understand that style of play. And so we stress it on the practice field as the ball on the outside arm is the decision-making where it needs to be, not just on the result of the play. And like I said, we got the guys that they kind of take the ownership and kind of handle it themselves, and that accountability makes my life a lot easier.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. When we look at the ultimate goal, this team is a Super Bowl caliber team. We say it all the time. I'm sure you guys feel that and think that. Do you feel like it comes down to a couple plays in those moments? I mean, I guess I wonder how it feels to have been that close and to be that close, knowing that, you might be right back there in the same spot, basically the same year, and it's just a couple plays. Like, does that drive you? Does it drive you nuts? Does it kind of wash out, like, hey, sometimes it's out of your control, sometimes it's in your control?
Yeah, look, like at the end of the day, we've had the ball with the opportunity to go score to win the football game in the last 2 years, and we need to get it done, right? And that falls on me. And so, but I don't want our guys thinking that it's, hey, when we get in these critical moments, I have to do something extraordinary. And sometimes just doing our job and just executing and being at everything that we've done in training camp is in those moments. We don't have to change who we are. And so, some people say it's just a couple plays. Well, it could be some of these plays right now we're doing in training camp that is what's going to make the difference in. And I know it sounds crazy, but in those moments, sometimes it's like, hey, can we do the simple better in the most critical moments? And it's in our detail and our execution where they need to be. And so that's something that I kind of stress. If the guys feel like in those moments that I have to make the play, that's usually when bad things happen. And so I hope we get those opportunities again this year. And I hope, and we're doing everything we can to, earn it this year.
All observers said yesterday Keon had a pretty nice day. Keon Coleman.
He did. And look, like even when it's kind of the same thing we talk with Josh. It might be an incomplete pass or it might be a drop. It might be a really good play, and we're coaching every little detail of it. So trying not to get caught up on the results. And but I liked how Keon played last year. I've said that to everybody. Obviously the injury was unfortunate, but just seeing his dialogue and his communication with Josh, now the pads are coming on, you can really see wide receiver play. Like wide receivers, pads is critical for them. So, obviously it'll be a huge run emphasis today, so it's not but you get to see a lot about receivers in the run game. It's important to us, and so you might not see a lot of the splash plays from the wide receivers today, but you'll get to see you'll learn a lot about our football team.
On Khalil Shakir the other day was talking about his ability to beat man coverage and new techniques and things that maybe he's been working on to do that. Do you feel like even though he's been in the league a few years, that he has maybe another step in that area, beating man coverage maybe specifically and where he plays? How do you see Shakir and maybe another step in his game?
Yeah, no, it's Khalil is such a conscious player, and he sets goals himself and understands opportunities and ways he has to get better. And part of the thing is we don't get a lot of man coverage, and so it's how can I work these things without getting a lot of practice versus it, without getting a lot of looks at it in season and games, especially when you're playing in the slot, the way the DBs kind of cover you in the slot. A guy like Taron Johnson is going to cover you differently than a guy outside at Christian Benford. And so, but the intentionality in the release game to be able to create that separation, it's not all just speed. But in order to get the separation, it's how do I run the routes, and just sometimes it's slowing you down. And so getting Khalil to understand that and the leverage and whatnot. And but he's so conscientious in everything that he does that, if we get man coverage this year, I'm excited to see how he kind of performs with it.
You broke your streak of 1-0 tweets.
I did?
Yeah, for the Florida Panthers. You did it for the Florida Panthers. Back-to-back Stanley Cup champs.
Back-to-back, baby.
So that's not like a bandwagon thing or anything, right? Like you're from that.
Yeah, I'm from South Florida. Look, my high school graduation was in the arena that they kind of play in. Don't get me wrong. Like South Florida sports, in general, it's not like Buffalo right here where, Florida Panthers growing up, it wasn't like, I was the Pavel Bure type of Ole Jokinen type, but it wasn't where you're selling out and everything right now. But so I'd be lying to you like I'm watching every game. I'm not that diehard. I'm a baseball, football, and Heat, but the Panthers, I do enjoy watching it. Just like when the Sabres get rolling, I'm gonna enjoy watching them.
It's very Fort Lauderdale, right? More than it is Miami for them.
Sure. Yeah, because they're it's just like any even when you play the Dolphins, right? They show South Beach, right? But we know where that stadium actually is, and so but that's very much a Fort Lauderdale crowd as opposed to the Miami Heat South Beach type of vibe.
Right, that's right. All right, I'm just scrolling.
I got to change it then. I gotta. I don't know. Obviously, probably the Buffalo fans don't probably enjoy seeing. I
think they're fine.
That's fine.
Playoff hockey. There's nothing like playoff hockey, and when the Sabres go to the playoffs, I'm going to enjoy going to those playoff hockey games because it's a lot of fun to watch and be part of.
And now the countdown is on. The next 1-0 tweet. Sunday night, Baltimore.
That's it.
We'll be ready for it.
That's it. And everyone sees it as it only starts in the games, but it's the mindset that we have every single day right here. And so I don't care how it looks. I don't care if it's pretty. I don't care if it's ugly. Find a way. There's no pretty losses and there's no ugly wins. You find a way at the end of the season. No one cares about the scores that we might feel after end of the season. It's like, it was a 7-6 game at the end of the season. We just saw that we had one more win. So that's what we're just trying to get our guys with the right mindset of that. Is it don't matter how, just find a way.
Very good. Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. Enjoyed today's practice, full pads, and good luck this season.
Awesome. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Jeremy and Joe, be back in a moment from training camp here from St. John Fisher on WGR. When you look back at last year, do you think about full picture? Do you think about all the success? Do you think about what might have been different? Like when you look back and think about it, how do you view it?
Look, I think there's a bunch of different ways you can kind of view it. You can sit there. You can look at all the success, all the how our guys played well, the ways that some guys came in and how they were able to adapt in the offense and kind of fit. You can look at when plays didn't work or opportunities that we have that it didn't. And so it's I think the biggest thing is when we go through our season and we look back at the season, we don't just focus on the good or only focus on the bad, because I think then you lose sight of the big picture. There were some times where some really good plays, but happened that the scheme might have been terrible and, we just have a freak quarterback, or there might have been some plays that might not have went well and the execution wasn't good enough. But if I got in that situation again, would I call the same play? And so really just take an opportunity to just kind of dive in and just kind of look at everything in a whole. And one thing I can tell you, we obviously have to get better, right? And so, we're starting all over right now, having to go earn it, and hopefully we're better this year than we were last.
Is that reflection any different for you compared to maybe this time last year? You were the interim coordinator. Before that, it wasn't the whole season, versus you get a whole year to look at how it went. So is that any different for you personally?
Well, I think you get, I think the biggest difference was the opportunity of what the beginning of last offseason looked like compared to the beginning of this offseason. You're kind of focusing on this offseason as you still have an opportunity to look back. Hey, what can we change? What are we going to do differently? We have a lot of guys back compared to last season, in terms of understanding kind of the vision for how some of these guys are already utilizing their skill sets and trying to put together, where last year there was a lot of receivers, offensive line, new running backs. Like, it was just putting it all together. This year we kind of have a better feel of who some of the guys are, and now how can we expand on it, or some of the new pieces kind of put them into it.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. As you say, we got to get better. Is there a thing you want to get better? You could say more points. You could say better efficiency. But was there something in the offense last season you felt like we could use a dash of whatever it might be? Intermediate passing game, vertical passing game. runs in the red zone. Like, are there any things that you're kind of keying in on where you would like to be better?
There's plenty. I'd be lying to you if I felt comfortable like kind of showing, spreading it out there, because that's obviously something that we gotta, grow this year. But look, we obviously have tendencies. You put, like you're saying, coming back off of the previous season, I only called so many games. Now I have a full season, and so it's like the more that you put stuff on tape, the more that people understand how you might call a game and how, how your guys kind of play, and so. There's so many elements that we can get better at, and we just have to make sure that we're not only focusing on those and then losing sight on the things that we did well. And so that's where I kind of always feel it, of not just losing sight on that. And sometimes you look at the end of a season, you're like, man, we were so good at that 2 years ago. Why weren't we good at this past year? And it's like, did we still put the same emphasis on it? And so that's the delicate balance. But I hope there's a lot of things that you guys see next season that it's like, hey, that was an improvement on the previous season.
Van Pran, Spencer Brown, Tyrell Shavers, Tyrell with his ankle. Doesn't seem to be serious, so look like we're in decent shape there. Curtis Samuel, Terrell Bernard, Elijah Moore, Dorian Williams, Caden Prather, Dalton Kincaid. Dalton, knee soreness after yesterday's practice. Dawson Knox, and then T-Bass has a little bit of pelvis area soreness, so we're dealing with that. He may or may not be out there. We'll see.
Pelvis area soreness. All right. That's a lot of Bills' offensive players missing practice.
A lot of people that catch the football.
Yeah, a lot.
Also.
Joe Brady mentioning with us today in the previous segment that today's practice might be more run-oriented, kind of like they're going to go full pads and they're going to run the ball today. Mm-hmm. So that's what you're getting, a physical, pads popping kind of practice. Jeremy and Joe. Derek in South Carolina is back. Now, hold on a second. Let me get this over here. There we go. Derek in South Carolina will get a call. And then news on, well,
I got a Madden thing to get to.
It's good, though.
It's really exciting Madden news.
Derek, what's up?
Yes, sir. I so, like I told your guy that puts the call through, I so apologize because I'm a road engineer and we're building a bridge, and I had a big safety meeting, so I had to wait till I got done with that to call you back.
All right.
But I'm hearing just some rumors about the James Cook thing, like they might be getting close to a deal, and I'm really hoping so because I seen the video with Josh Allen and how much he loves him and how much the team loves him. And my other thing was, have you guys heard anything about the Bills actually entertaining the Gabe Davis thing? Since today I heard you guys say there's a couple receivers that went down. But I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. If they have to sign him to come to camp, or can they just invite him to camp?
Well, they would sign.
They would have to sign him.
They'd sign him. It would be a very cheap deal. I mean, he's also. Isn't he free for pretty much anybody?
He is,
because of the way the Jacksonville contract and cut works.
Yes.
So
no cap hit for anybody. Really.
Yeah, you can get him for free basically. The Bills don't have a spot for him right now.
They just signed a receiver, Deion Kane. They brought him back, just practice. Davis did get asked on the Kay Adams show on Friday. We played the clip about coming back to the Bills. Kay Adams asked him directly, and he says, I would know the scheme, I would know the offense, I know Josh, it would be a very easy transition. But if you listen to his answer, he kind of at the start is like, yeah, there's not really been any discussion about it. Like he kind of answered the question while looking like, yeah, that's not in the cards. Yep. He knows that. He might not even want that. He knows how crowded the Bills receiver room is. If I'm Gabe Davis, put yourself in Gabe Davis' shoes. Where do you want to go? I want to go to Pittsburgh. I want to go to the Chargers. I want to go to I would like to go to a team that has a decent quarterback, but I'd also like to go to a team where there's an opportunity to play. Yep. And if I look at the Bills receiver room right now and I'm Gabe Davis, I don't really think there's much opportunity to play.
No, I think Davis is an idea. If Keon Coleman went down for an extended period of time, then I'd have a conversation about it. Otherwise, I just don't know where he plays.
Yeah, me neither.
They have a bunch of injuries. On Cook, I haven't heard any sort of thing about things getting close, but it wouldn't shock me. And we had a poll last week. What's a better idea, $11 million for Cook or a second-round pick next year on a running back? And $11 million for Cook did win, 53-47. It did win. And I'm
pretty close.
I'm on that side. Go ahead and make it $11 million a year and move some money and use that second-round pick on something else.
I'm a little different. I think I'd be shocked if a deal happened right now before the season. I think I'd be pretty shocked.
Yeah,
he's here. They kind of won the negotiation. There's no headache. He's here. He's on the final year of his contract. They don't need to clear, I don't think, the $2 million that it would take by extending him.
Nope.
I think you're all good. You take it to the end of the season if you're the Bills.
Unless, of course, they just like him and do want him back. And the deal is, 10.5. And they're like, that's fine. He's making 5.2. And they just might think he's worth it.
Go ahead.
Justin Fields practicing 11 on 11. He is good to go.
Okay.
Optimism about Tyrell Shavers short term. That's the news from Sean McDermott and the Bills. Okay. Yeah, they're missing a lot of pieces. All right, the Madden news.
So Madden, EA Sports this morning announcing the 99 Club. The 99 overall players, which is the best you can get in this edition of Madden.
Okay.
And for, I believe, the first time in his career, Josh Allen is a 99 overall.
All right.
Josh Allen is a 99 overall in the game this year. Can you name the other 6 NFL players that are 99 overall in this year's game?
I can try. Give me some music. Let's go.
Here you go.
Jamar Chase.
Correct.
It's tough. It's always positional. Could I say Kittle? Kittle's amazing, but is he going to get a 99? I don't think he
Not
is.
Kittle.
I don't think so, yeah. Is there another quarterback?
Yes, there is.
Lamar
Jackson is a 99 overall.
If you tell me...
Allen and listen, Madden doesn't want to step into and fire back up the MVP debates. They're equal. 99 and 99. They're the best 2 quarterbacks in the league.
Okay, I was going to say, you better not have a third name there.
There's no third name.
Oh, look at that.
Get wrecked, Mahomes.
All right.
Kidding. What's he, a 98?
Offensive lineman is Tristan Wirfs a 99 or
a 92.
Penny Sewell a 99.
There's a lineman. You didn't name him.
Lane Johnson.
There you go. Lane Johnson, 99 overall.
Okay.
Right tackle.
So Jamar Chase, Lane Johnson,
Josh Allen,
Lamar Jackson.
You're missing 3.
A running back?
Yep.
Are they going to give it to Derrick Henry?
Nope. No, they're not.
McCaffrey?
Nope. Come on.
Barkley? Fine.
What do you mean, come on? Of course, Barkley.
Prisoner of the moment.
He's on the cover.
Prisoner of the moment.
He's on the cover jumping over a guy backwards. Of course he's a 99.
Fine. He's great.
Hey, he's great.
He was always the same guy. He was
but he was on the Giants.
Don't make him a 99. All right, fine.
You couldn't see it. No one could block for him. You're only missing one.
Derrick Henry.
Oh, no, you're missing two.
Derrick Henry's yards over expectation dominate Barkley's, but we won't talk about that. That's fine. By the way, shout out Joe Brady using turnover-worthy plays.
He did.
Put it in your notebook, folks. That's
in his vocabulary.
It's a point.
You know the play I thought of immediately? Because do I want to make this admission right now? We might need more time for this. Not yet. I'll tell you later.
Is it that you watched the AFC Championship game again?
Yeah, but in a different way.
So
I was in Montreal, and
here we go.
The wife is showering. I'm ready to go. So I go to put on Netflix. Not working. Don't know why. Maybe a crash because of Happy Gilmore 2. Actually, that might have been what happened. So I go to YouTube, and I type in Bills. And, I'm like, I've seen a lot of these videos. These are highlight videos, or this is the Bills Embedded. The Chiefs version of Embedded, or whatever it's called, Kingdom, is sitting there. AFC Championship.
I wish you had not admitted this yet.
So
I'm
like,
I don't
want to watch this, but I'm like, I wonder if I could learn something. Is there a clip of Spagnuolo or Mahomes, somebody saying something about the Bills from that game that nobody's picked up on here because nobody would have ever watched that video if you're a Bills fan? So I'm like, all right, let me dive in and watch it. I got 3 minutes in. I'm like, I can't watch this. It's basically their version of Hard Knocks, but from the game. You get like the sideline stuff. I forgot. Speaking of forgotten plays from earlier, the Derrick Henry drop. Do you remember that Allen threw 2 passes on the first drive of that game that 2 different Chiefs defenders just dropped right in their hands? Completely dropped them. Those are plays that I'm thinking about when Joe Brady says that. Okay. I turned it off after 3 minutes. Oh, you're still missing 2 99 guys.
2 guys, 99. What position am I missing? Another receiver?
Yep.
Justin Jefferson.
Yep.
Okay.
Justin Jefferson.
And then 1 defensive player?
Yep.
The defensive player. I mean,
only 1 defensive player.
The defensive player of the year is Patrick Surtain. They're not going to give it to him. They're going to say Myles Garrett.
Correct.
Okay.
It's Myles Garrett.
Yep.
Probably should be Pat Surtain, though, right?
Yeah.
He should be. Why should he not be a 99?
It's a great question.
That's like Madden saying he could be better.
You don't have the full rankings, right? I'm excited to see Benford be like an 81.
I think they only dropped the 99 club. That's likely, I bet. Benford is going to be criminally low in these ratings.
He might be. 803-0550. We'll get a break in. We'll get to Extendo Sports and then pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Full pads today. Very exciting. Full pads. So, good times. Jeremy and Joe here from St. John Fisher on WGR.
Won a golf tournament this last weekend. You want a member guest tournament?
Yeah. The champ is here. I want a member guest. 3-day member guest with my buddy Scott.
That's incredible.
It's incredible.
I can't believe. I kind of can't believe it.
Incredible.
And your first ever member guest?
My first ever member guest.
That's even. It's like that would have been like if Jaden Daniels won the Super Bowl last year.
So I kind of didn't exactly know how it all worked. So anyway, yeah. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3-day member guest. 5 9-hole matches to win the flight.
So you won though by someone else missing a very short putt.
A short-ish putt, yeah, on the final playoff.
Okay.
So
was it any less satisfying because of that?
No, I felt bad, but no, not less satisfying. So
like the actual second you win is a little different, right? Because if you make like a 15-foot putt,
right, which
I almost, you jump up and like you're doing the tiger pump, whereas this one, like you're not going to do that in the guy's face.
No,
obviously.
No, I did immediately.
Unless you know him.
Yeah. So 12 flights, win our flights, the Transit Valley Country Club, the Ralph Haas Invitational. And day one, we had a really great day. Went out to a big lead in our flight. Like, wow, maybe we'll win the flight.
Yeah.
Day 2, good enough. Day 3, intense. I mean, I shot the best 9-hole score of my life on a real course. I shot a 37, which is nuts. I played great.
37 is
37 is nuts. And go to the shootout where, I mean, I'd never experienced this before. Any of you that have been in things like these, everyone comes out and watches you play golf.
Yeah.
Holy cow, how about that? That's something. Oh, yeah, go ahead and hit a 7-iron, 160 onto a green surrounded by bunkers with, 150 people just watching as they announce you. Whew. My hands were shaking in between shots.
That's got to be by far the most people you've ever played in front of.
Yeah, heart rate was up. And went to a final.
There's PGA guys that don't have a gallery. 150 people. So 18th, I had a putt to win the tournament on the 18th, and it lipped out. Yeah.
So we had to play a sudden death, and that's where they missed a makeable shortish putt. But I didn't feel bad because I thought I deserved the putt on the hole before.
Right.
Anyway, won the tournament. Incredible.
Got a trophy.
Got a trophy to drink beer out of the trophy.
It's pretty sweet.
And then the party that night. It felt like I got married. I walk in, there's this big, huge party, and everyone's just congratulating me. Like, thanks.
And then now let's dance. Here's a DJ.
Yeah, it was like I got married. So my wife and I had a great time, and she had to deal with me, talking a lot of golf. But it was incredible. It was a wonderful tournament. Such an awesome group of people out there. So nice, so friendly, so welcoming. And, walked away with a legitimate – I'd never want to scramble. And I feel like winning a scramble is kind of like, oh, cool, we won a scramble.
Yeah.
This was, better ball and 3 days, and then the shootout is alternate shot, which you play alternate shot with your friends. That's pressure.
Right.
In front of people, it was great. So, yeah. Yep, can I tell you what my first thoughts was?
Your Twitter bio should say golf champion.
Yep, you know what? I'm going to make that change right now.
Yeah.
This is where pros, they're just like us. One of my first thoughts was a very Scotty Scheffler thought.
Yeah.
My first thoughts was, I'm so happy. I couldn't have done this without my wife, who watched the kids for 3 days because she let me go play in this golf tournament. Like, I'm so thankful. I couldn't have done it without her. Yeah. My family, to all the people that – no, whatever. So it was wonderful. And that 7-iron that I hit will be like, fuel me for years on the golf course. You know how you hit one good shot around?
What a couple weeks. You went from 2 weeks ago saying if I beat you that I can say I'm better at golf than you.
Yeah.
To 2 weeks later you've got hardware to show like
True.
No.
True.
I shot a 37 and now I've got a trophy to show it.
Yeah. I was nervous that my handicap was too low, playing at too low a number, but I outplayed it.
Do we have a new Bills mascot? There's a green dinosaur in a Bills uniform walking around here. Is it possible that that's a new mascot, or is it more likely that's just some sponsor? Some sponsor's mascot. There he is. Red dinosaur. He's got green spikes.
Yeah.
Could it be a fan?
Is it a turtle?
No, it's a dinosaur. Or it's a dragon. It's a dragon? Because it's got wings.
Okay.
That's a dragon.
A dragon.
What is that most likely to be? A fan? Some sponsor
if
or a new Bills mascot?
If you're a fan, are you allowed to just show up dressed like a dragon mascot, or is that? And by the way,
the jersey is 00 and says Snappy on the back.
Snapdragon apples, official apple of the Buffalo Bills. Answer. Boom. Done. Easy. All
That
right.
was easy. All I needed was the name.
Yep, there you go. All right, we're back tomorrow here from training camp. And stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.